Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the special City Council meeting for the CIP workshop. We have a quorum, so let's begin. If we could get a roll call, please.
Councilmember Maloney is absent. Vice Mayor Pearson?
Present.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Here.
Councilmember Orleman?
Here.
Mayor Meyer?
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, and yes, I'm here.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our workshop tonight concerns the Capital Improvement Program, and Sonia Agostini, Accounting Manager, will begin the presentation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. I want to thank you for holding tonight's annual Capital Improvement Program workshop. The purpose of this workshop is to provide the Council with the opportunity to review the draft Capital Improvement Program, or CIP, and provide your direction relating to it. Tonight's workshop provides both the City Council and the public the opportunity to offer their input on the proposed 2026-27 to 2030-31 CIP. Any City Council direction will then be incorporated into the final draft of the CIP document, which is scheduled to be brought forward for consideration of adoption at the May 26th City Council meeting. The development and production of the Capital Improvement Program is one of the milestones in the city's regular budgeting process. The CIP is prepared annually for Council's consideration, and the approved CIP funding and expenditures are then incorporated into the city's operating budget. In January of this year, the City Council approved the current Budget and Debt Management Ad Hoc Committee to provide oversight and guidance to the city's budgeting processes for both the capital and the operating budgets. On March 17th, the city's finance staff met with the Budget Ad Hoc Committee and reviewed preliminary drafts of the proposed CIP project budgets being presented this evening. In tonight's presentation, staff will provide a brief overview of key points related to the CIP's process and its finances. We'll highlight prior year's CIP accomplishments, and we'll discuss various current and upcoming projects included in the CIP. At the end of our presentation tonight, we have dedicated time for Council's discussion, input, and any questions that you may have of staff related to the program. The purpose of the CIP is to provide an up-to-date, detailed outline of the city's infrastructure and capital planning needs, along with the proposed project funding for the next 5 years. During the development of the annual CIP, city staff will identify the known project needs, and they'll submit those projects for inclusion into the document. There are a variety of reasons that projects are proposed to be included in the 5-year program. Any projects that have been identified as City Council priorities and initiatives will be included in the document, and they'll be given high priority. Next, included in the CIP are other infrastructure or facilities that are needed for various reasons. That could be because of the growing population due to new development, improvements to increase efficiencies and maintain our current service levels, or other priorities such as new federal, state, or other safety regulations. Replacement projects are also included, which are necessary as the city and its facilities mature and the need to maintain and keep the city's current infrastructure in good condition increases. Once the comprehensive project identification process is completed, then projects are prioritized and are compared to the available funding to determine placement in the 5-year program. The city's prioritization criteria can be found on page 21 of the draft CIP document. Those projects that are deemed to be needed during this 5-year planning period and have an identified funding source are included in the 5-year plan for Council's consideration. Projects that fall outside of the 5-year timeline or do not have an identified funding source are generally included in the future improvements section of the document, which can be found beginning on page 125. The current proposed 5-year plan includes over $323 million in total capital project expenditures. The above slide shows the breakdown of proposed improvements by category, with enterprise projects making up the majority. There are a few important points to keep in mind regarding the CIP. Although the CIP is a 5-year capital plan, Council is approving funding for projects in the upcoming fiscal year only, plus the multi-year projects. The remaining 4 years of the program are included for planning purposes, and staff will return each year with an updated CIP for Council's approval. Even though the CIP is presented to the Council annually for approval, the CIP and its associated budget can be amended at any time with Council's action. That could be to either amend a current project or to add in new projects. Council action does not have to wait until the next CIP process. And lastly, while approval of the CIP will provide the necessary budgets in the upcoming fiscal year for project activity, please note that all agreements or contracts that are over $50,000 will still be brought forward to the City Council for their consideration prior to any work being performed. As mentioned, the funding availability plays a key role in the development of how the CIP and how the projects are prioritized. In the slide above, we see depicted the variety of funding sources proposed in the CIP to be utilized for projects in the next fiscal year plus multi-year projects. The city's ability to fund the CIP reflects the strength of its long-standing budget policies and the City Council's continued oversight, including the practice of setting aside adequate replacement funds, allowing the city to fully fund necessary infrastructure projects. As you can see, currently, the enterprise funding is the largest source of project funding at approximately $6.8 million. The general fund is projected to fund $2.8 million for projects in the upcoming year. Of this amount, about $1.3 million is for pavement management projects, while the remaining $1.5 million is for other projects, the largest of which is the comprehensive general plan update. Please note the majority of the required funding for the other projects next year will have been reserved in the general fund at the end of this fiscal year. Next, federal, state, and agency funding contributes almost $2 million in funding, primarily consisting of various grants. Replacement funds in the amount of $1.6 million is also a key funding source in the program. And lastly, remaining funding comes from various sources such as the development impact fees and other sources like the Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Account Fund. A detailed listing of all funding sources can be found in the draft CIP document beginning on page 33. As you know, the city CIP program is quite successful and the city is able to complete several projects every year. At this time, I'd like to briefly highlight a few of the program's accomplishments that have happened since the last workshop. First, the city completed its annual pavement management program, or PMP. This project is very important in helping maintain the excellent quality of the city's roadways. The 2025 PMP completed asphalt rehabilitation of over 1 million square feet of city streets. In addition, the project included concrete work, which reconstructed various sidewalks, driveway approaches, and curb and gutters in order to remove tripping hazards at various locations throughout the city. Next, the Stonehaven Park Playground Replacement Project was completed. This project replaced the original climbing structures with updated, fun new playground equipment, including all-inclusive play features, along with replacement of the resilient safety surfacing. Also, over the past year, the city was able to complete the waterline improvement Kent Drive project. This project installed 600 feet of new 12-inch water line along Kent Drive, providing additional flow capacity on a critical connection area within the city. The city facility audiovisual system upgrade project was also completed this past year. This project updated the audiovisual components and functionality of the systems at the Community Center Main Hall and meeting rooms, the Senior Center, and the Police Department Emergency Operations Center. And lastly, the capacity increase portion of the wastewater treatment plant expansion Phase 2 project is in its final stages of completion. This project provides adequate capacity to accommodate the build-out population that's contemplated in the current general plan. At this time, I would like to turn over the presentation to Anju Pillai, Engineering Manager, who will be discussing highlights of various current and upcoming CIP projects.
Thank you, Sonia. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council members. Anju Pillai, Engineering Manager. I will be highlighting some of the current and upcoming engineering, public works, as well as parks project. The first one is the countywide Smart Signals project. This project, in partnership with CCTA, will upgrade 15 traffic signals in the city, along with the routes of regional significance, namely Lone Tree Way and Brentwood Boulevard. The project, in partnership with CCTA, has OBAC 3 federal grants with a city match. The project just completed design. CCTA will put the project out to bid for construction following the federal approval process. The next project is the Lone Tree Way Union Pacific at Great Crossing. This project will widen Lone Tree Way between Fairview Avenue and Gann Street to 4 vehicle travel lanes. And the improvements will include bicycle lanes, sidewalk, landscape median islands, and green infrastructure. Union Pacific has approved an at-grade widening of Lone Tree Way under the condition that the project includes improvements to 4 other railway crossings, namely at Sand Creek Road, Central Boulevard, Oak Street, and Brentwood Boulevard. So this project encompasses improvements at all 5 crossings. The project has ECRFA funding and is currently in the design phase. The next project is the Innovation Center at Brentwood Infrastructure. This project will construct infrastructure improvements to support the development of the Innovation Center at the Brentwood specific plan area. The improvements include the extension of wet utilities, namely sewer, water, and non-potable water from the existing terminus of Empire Avenue westerly under the State Route 4 to Hydon Ranch Road. The project is anticipated to be complete by October of 2026. The Pavement Management Program 2026, this is the annual rehabilitation of city streets selected from the Pavement Management Program and in consultation with the Public Works Streets Division. PMP asphalt include reconstruction, grind and overlay, slurry seal and digouts, while PMP concrete includes sidewalk repairs. This year's project, along with selected streets, will also address trail improvements as well as rehabilitation of the Sunset Sports Complex parking lot. The next project is a downtown alley rehabilitation. This is a rehabilitation of downtown alleys. It includes the sewer, storm drain, and water improvements along Parkway between Chestnut to Birch and Helen Myers Way from Pine Street to Birch Street, along with pavement rehabilitation. This project could not be completed in the current fiscal year due to unforeseen utility conflicts in Parkway. We will add this project back into the CIP document for the final draft version that will be brought back to Council in May. The next is the Lone Tree Way roadway improvements. Phase 1 of this project is complete and included pedestrian safety improvements on Smith Road, O'Hara, and Lone Tree Way. Phase 2 is currently in design and includes widening between Smith Road to Tilton, a permanent sidewalk on Smith Road, and installing a turn lane on O'Hara towards the school. All 3 locations will also underground existing utilities. Going into the public works projects, this is a biosolids dryer project, which is part of the wastewater treatment plant expansion. In this, in addition to providing 8 biosolid dryers, the project supplies 2 pyrolysis reactors. The project is necessary to comply with the SB 1383 requirements that prevent the biosolids from being disposed of in landfills. The drying or the pyrolysis system removes the PFAS and converts the biosolids to biochar, which can be marketed to several industries as a product rather than a disposal item. The next project is a fleet electrification. This will install 16 dual-port electric vehicle charging stations along with solar array canopy to provide renewable power for the charging infrastructure. The project supports the state of California's goal of achieving zero-emission passenger vehicles and light-duty trucks by 2035 and medium and heavy-duty vehicles by 2045. The city currently replaces approximately 8 to 10 vehicles annually with electric vehicles. This project will support the city's transition to an electric fleet while also providing additional renewable energy through photovoltaic cells incorporated into the solar canopy system. The next project is a water and wastewater laboratory. This project will provide a new, larger laboratory for the water and wastewater system while converting the existing laboratory to office space. This will provide adequate lab space for build-out condition and has the added benefit of eliminating the need to build additional office space. The project is currently completing design. So going into the parks administered project, the park playground replacement project. So each year, Parks and Rec staff conducts routine safety inspections of the city's parks and presents an updated inventory and condition report to the Parks and Rec Commission. Based on these reviews, Commission provides direction on which playgrounds should be prioritized for replacement in the upcoming years. Staff maintains a rolling 5-year playground replacement plan. Typically, replacement effort includes a small playground structure and one large playground structure each year as budget allows. So as you can see, for the current fiscal year, Heron Park is in progress, Stonehaven Park has been completed, and for the next fiscal year, the planned projects include Caboose Park, Lake Park, and Oak Meadow Park. Finally, the Sanskrit Sports Complex. This project includes the design and construction of 14.5 acres of city-owned property to expand recreational opportunities in the community. The Phase A includes 3 full soccer field, a parking lot, restrooms, a maintenance building, and a picnic area. The contract for Phase A was awarded in March 2025, and the total budget was $24 million. The construction of the Phase A is anticipated to be complete in winter of 2026, with recreation programming expected to begin in early 2027. Lastly, included in the 5th year of the CIP is a replacement of the sound wall adjacent to the Somerset community along Fairview and Balfour Roads. While this project is currently unfunded, staff is currently working with Somerset One HOA on a cost-sharing plan to fund immediate rehabilitation to the sound wall in this area. With that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Anju. That does conclude staff's presentation tonight, and we have staff members available from all departments to answer any questions you might have regarding the CIP and the projects. With that, I would like to turn the workshop over to the City Council for their discussion and direction.
Thank you, both of you. Are there clarifying questions for now for staff?
Yeah, I have some questions on the calendaring of the park replacements. The schedule on the slide differs from the schedule that we have in the binder. And I actually had some questions about the timing overall. We're redoing parks from 2006 in 26-27, when we have parks from 2000 and 2001 that still have not been replaced. And I went and drove around the parks this weekend just to check them out. So I'm not sure why we're moving up Lake Park. That one doesn't look like it needs, replacements right now. Or Caboose Park didn't look that bad either. But, we have some from 2000 and 2001. So I'd like it to reflect more of what's in the binder than what was in the sheet. And we did talk about this in our budget subcommittee some.
Aaron, would you mind coming to the mic to support that response? So I will say we did most recently have a pretty robust discussion at the Parks and Recreation Commission where they did make some modifications to the recommendation.
Yeah, I did watch that meeting and I did not agree with their rationale around moving Lake Park.
Okay, you want to explain that process?
Yes, thank you. get that question quite often. It's a very fluid process that, again, is presented at the Park and Recreation Commission every February. That list of playgrounds is, like I said, very fluid. We actually have over 69 parks in the city of Brentwood with play structures in them. Currently, there are 31 of those playgrounds constructed prior to 2007 that have not been touched yet. So it's a lengthy list of play structures that we still need to catch up to. So throughout the year, staff takes work orders, and staff has mandatory inspections, safety inspections by the certified playground safety inspectors on staff that compile this information. Start with this main list, which is an asset inventory list on when the parks were constructed, when the anticipated replacement dates are. And again, staff throughout the year compares usage, work order requests, safety inspections, takes it to the commission for an open public meeting that has a public,
Discussion.
thank you.
No worries.
So it is at this last February meeting, we had Caboose and Oak Meadow, which were the scheduled playgrounds. Prior to that meeting, staff received numerous emails and phone calls from residents in the Lake Park area concerned about Lake Park. So they were advised to come to the meeting and speak to the Park and Rec Commission. They did just that, and at least 6 or 8 of them showed up in force, making very valid comments about Lake Park. The commission has purview over this, so the commission listened, asked questions, had interaction, and ended up moving up Lake Park. Caboose, if you did see it, like you said, is a very small play structure. So the budget for Caboose would not be the $250,000. It's much smaller than that. So having said that, the commission questioned if they could add another small play structure. So of course, the response was absolutely if the budget fits. So at the meeting, they moved up Lake Park. It didn't touch the rest of them. I believe City Park, Miwok, and Walnut are still scheduled for 27, 28. So I don't know which document you were referring to for the packet.
I'm looking at the binder, the dates in the binder.
Okay, the approved list, which happened after that's the problem with our February meeting. Typically, we turn in our information for CIP budgets or CIP workshop prior to, then the February meeting hits and we adjust accordingly if the commission, Park and Rec Commission decides to. So in this instance, that's where Lake Park got moved up based on past work orders and a strong showing by the residents that convinced the commission to go ahead and move it up.
Yeah, can we, so we can change those dates if we find.
This is just a recommendation to
so
council, absolutely.
when I went driving around, Walnut Park looks like it needs, like, when I looked at it, the plastic is coming apart on, where the kids jump on and all of that. That one looked like it needed some help. And I understand that's a big park. So is there any way we can move up Walnut Park, move back the Lake Park? And if Caboose is small, do you want to leave, because I don't know how big the undertaking is on the different ones. If Caboose is small, do you want to move that? Because that one's 2006. That one's a lot newer than some of the other ones. So I don't know, Oak Meadow's fine, but if we could move up Walnut and then move back Lake, I think that would work out. I drove by and saw them and I was a little bit surprised that we would move up Lake and and then not move up Walnut when you look at just the wear and tear of, and I'm just talking aesthetically because I don't know anything else about that. So I don't know how anyone else feels about the timing. The other question I have is when it comes to on parks, and this isn't something that's going to happen now, but when it comes to parks, we did the 2 bathrooms. It was Creekside and then the other one, I can't remember.
Garen Park?
Yeah, so those, I think, weren't they about $700,000 for those bathrooms?
By the time, yeah.
Yeah, I think that was one of the first items when I got here. But so when I look at the parks, the one thing that I heard feedback from the public was that Heron Park is one of the bigger parks that gets used a lot for like sports practices, and they don't have a bathroom, so they have to leave a lot. And when I look at the acreage, like Sunset is the biggest one, 39.8. That one has a park. Somerset Commons, that one doesn't count, but Heron Park is 10.8. So it's really our next biggest park without a bathroom. You don't go to Veterans Park, that one has a bathroom. Oak Meadow has a bathroom. Creekside has a bathroom. The Trailhead, that one doesn't need a bathroom. But is there any, I don't know how the council feels about it, but adding a bathroom, and not next year, but just figuring out when we can fit in a bathroom for Heron Park. Because what I'm hearing is a lot in District 2, a lot of those people, that's where they go practice, they take their kids, and then they can't stay. They've got to leave because there's no bathroom. And it is 10 acres, so we are encouraging heavy usage when something's 10 acres for kind of soccer and things like that. So
Yes.
those were kind of my comments around parks. So I don't know if anyone else has any comments.
Can I kind of respond to that? I'm
please do.
assuming there was a question
Yeah.
in
Oh,
there.
yeah.
Typically, the criteria for restrooms in the parks are community parks, which typically have parking lots and are drawing residents in, adjacent to trails. Heron Park's adjacent to our trail. Heron Park also has a parking lot, and Heron Park actually does informal practice, I will add. We
Yeah.
don't schedule practices there. Therefore, a community park. If we would like to put a restroom in it, staff can certainly go back and address it, just like we did with Creekside and Guerin, start from scratch and obviously get dollar amounts and whatnot. But again, that's with city council can direct staff.
Yeah,
to
and when
move
I talk to
forward
the
or-
residents over there, I'm like, I can't promise anything or that it'll be fast, but just understanding how much and maybe, at some point, having that bathroom, I think would be nice for them.
It's certainly something staff can look into based on the criteria.
Other questions? Mine is around shade, because that's one of the other things we hear a lot of, and I know the Parks and Rec Commission has also spoken about it. If I was there for part of that meeting that you're talking about, swearing in the new commissioners, and there was discussion at the time about, do we pull back on some of these upgrades based on trying to get more shade structures in the existing parks? And I'm kind of wondering where that fits in based on comfort and safety, and also could shade structures also extend the life of equipment?
Yes, shade, big deal here in Brentwood and all over the East County. Get asked this question. It was actually a strategic initiative back in the early 2000s. From that, staff put together a shade program. So we've actually presented to the Park and Recreation, we being Park and Recreation staff, presented to the Park and Recreation Commission twice now, this really nice PowerPoint presentation. I would love to give that presentation to City Council and to the residents that don't attend the Park and Rec, but might actually attend the City Council meetings to understand we do have a shade program. It's not currently funded as a CIP, but we work with the developers on all of the brand new parks that we're building. These absolutely get shade. When we do playground replacements, like you'll see for Stonehaven, we got a nice shade structure over an ADA swing. And anytime, always looking for grant funding. But we do have a program in place which has 13 years of all the shade that we've been able to put into the parks. So again, it is a shade program that we do have. We do when we can, and if money does become available, we absolutely have a list of potential sites.
So thank you for that. And of course, I did notice the Stonehaven shade that was looking really, really good in the two different sections. Is there ever a consideration of maybe pulling back on a certain kind of equipment or a number of pieces of equipment or something to be able to instead provide shade? I mean, do those discussions happen to like a swap?
Absolutely, and thank you for that, because you can put a $100,000 piece of shade over the top of a $10,000 structure if that's all the budget supports. We work with these vendors on fibar versus rubberized. So if you've noticed lately, we've tried to do more of a rubberized surfacing through meandering through, and then fibar, which is an ADA compliant. It's approved for ADA access as long as it's maintained properly and has drainage. So we've cut back on the rubberized, which is, it's very expensive. But by doing so, that's exactly how we were able to get the shade at the Stonehaven project, and then consistently work with the vendors on a give and take. Every one of these, whether it's a playground replacement or whether it's a developer-built playground, staff, and I'll give the Park and Rec Commission kudos too, because the ad hocs that consistently work with these vendors to get as much shade as possible, and it is a give and take. But typically, it's the rubberized versus fiber where we get the best bang for our buck and are able to get shade or maybe a 3-story slide instead of a 2-story slide.
That really helps. Thank you to know that. I'm curious if you are aware of which community parks have had the worst complaints when it comes to shade, and if any of those are targeted for upgrades.
That's a tough one. It's pretty universal. Yeah, it's pretty universal.
I'm sure some of our parks have adequate shade, right, somewhere. Okay, question, okay.
I have one question, and it revolves around Sunset Field. Has there been any, I know there's been discussion in the past of maybe reconfiguring some of the area over there for potential pickleball courts. Has that been in discussion in your department?
Not at the Sunset athletic field. There's a bare area next to the front parking lot that was designated as a batting cage area when we looked at adding pickleball to Brentwood a few years ago. That was a site that was questioned, but since Sunset Park is closed, most of the time, it wasn't a viable option to put it inside the confines of that Sunset Athletic Field.
Got it, thank you.
But there has been discussion of moving the existing pickleball courts over to the MDC.
There's been some conceptual thinking on many locations.
Yeah. So for that location, I put that in my other section for that public works kind of area, which we can talk about through you, correct? And I think, are we done with parks questions? I think you have a question? Okay.
I just have one more, I'm sorry. In regards to switching the parks that Councilmember Mendoza was talking, the safety inspections that were done on those parks, would the switch affect any of the safety inspections of which one should be done first?
No, excellent question. Love to clarify. The safety inspections are just that. It's a pass or fail. And if a park fails, that piece gets fixed or it gets cordoned off and you can't use it. Then there's the aesthetic inspection / the weekly inspections. That's what you're seeing more, what we're seeing more of, that create work orders to repair, paint, and whatnot. So to answer your question, that if there's a safety aspect, it's fixed then and there. So it's more repetitive issues that raise a playground up on the list.
Perfect, thank you.
My question pertains to the vineyards. The $10 million amount that was estimate, is that for just the change in the design that we've, and I don't know if that's a you question or?
I'll defer to.
Thank you. So I know we're coming back for a future discussion on the minimal, we decreased the size of it, made some changes and waiting for staff to come back. But the 10.2, is that under the estimate of a smaller amphitheater?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll try to take that question. The 10.2 might be the total budget of the project. Obviously, we spent some of that already towards the environmental work and the designs for the amphitheater phase 1. Currently, I don't have the number in front of me, but we do have a remaining number in mind that we could move forward with the revised concept based on City Council's last direction, which was for evaluating a parking lot with a theater / event center building. So we're currently reevaluating. We went out with an RFQ recently to find some architects to help us through that concept. And we currently, staff's reviewing those submittals, and within the next couple of weeks, we should be able to move forward. Make a decision with which architect is the best qualified, and we'll bring that contract to council for consideration.
And then, I have one more question. Yeah. For the zoning amendment, this might be a you question, Alexis. For the zoning ordinance amendments, have we done a little bit of some amendments piecemeal? Because I was wondering if that number that we have reflected here of the $450,000 would be reduced based on some of the updates we've already done.
Good evening. Yeah, so we anticipate the focus zoning ordinance update to be done this fiscal year. And so I'm not sure, I don't have the sheet in front of me because I'm not sitting at my little seat there, but
What we have in Alex, this is the next go-round that starts in 5 years. So,
Okay.
yeah.
yeah, so we will have other discrete zoning text amendments that are required for various reasons, new state laws, whatever might come out of perhaps a general plan update. And so that's a separate project than those focus updates that we had already budgeted for. So this is a cost estimate, and it will be determined by what the workload is. You know, every legislative session, we're getting more and more legislation that we need to update for the city. So that's the cost estimate. The ones that we've been bringing to you on a regular basis as part of that focus update should be done this fiscal year.
Thank you very much for that. And then my last question, Madam Mayor, at this time is, I didn't see anything on the municipal code update. I know that we have been talking about this several times, and I didn't know what department, if this should have been included in the CIP project, but as we know, the municipal code here is so outdated for several different areas. And I know we've been doing separate things. We created a committee that has never, I mean, we think we met one time. But do we have any projections on the estimate of cost for that? Because I think that should have possibly, with a time frame for when we expect to try to get this done. I know that our former city attorney, Damian, stated that it definitely was long overdue and it was a passion project of his. It would be a passion project of mine as well for us to have a municipal code update, but haven't heard anything back and haven't seen that included in the CIP.
I can speak to the municipal code update. It is something that's in my budget for this next budget cycle. It's something we had budgeted for the previous budget cycle with the change of administration. It was something that has been lost in that change, but it's something that's been at the top of our priority. And now that we are settled in our administration, we can bring back the committee, and we're hoping to get a really good jump start in July to bring that forward. But it is a part of my personal budget.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And so are we moving into other areas like, okay, so other questions outside of parks and outside of amphitheater? I do have one. We were just talking briefly about the pickleball courts, and I'm sure everyone on council is aware. We've been receiving more emails about that. But my question is more around, since the discussion has at one point touched on moving into the public works yard. And I remember, I believe Darren talking about there needed to be some concrete upgrades that would in part cover both. Casey, I'm hoping you remember this conversation and can speak to it more intelligently.
Sure, thank you. So
Thank you.
You're correct. There have been quite a few discussions around pickleball courts going back as, toward Darren's time. For various reasons, there were other projects that had potential to overlap with the concrete pad needed for pickleball courts. That project has since gone past that ability to piggyback with pickleball courts, but we have been exploring an area just to the east of the treatment plant. It's along the trail where the city owns 15 acres there. So there's a pretty ample space for pickleball courts, and we are currently looking into verify that we have the ability to build some pickleball courts there with a CEQA exemption, which would make things simpler. And there's some work staff has to do internally to get a better idea of what the cost for that will be. And then I think the intention is to come back to you at some point with a true concept and a recommendation.
Great, thank you. Other comments? I'm going to go down my list really quickly here. We also are, of course, getting inquiries from people as soon as they hear this is on the agenda, they're reaching out and asking about projects. But I've been asked again about tennis courts, and I don't believe we have anything specifically set up anywhere for tennis courts, correct?
At the sports complex, don't we have something that can convert over to? I thought in phase 2.
Not, right, correct. Not in the current phase, but they're contemplated in the following phase.
Okay. Some of the traffic and public safety measures that we've been discussing, they don't necessarily fit exactly into the CIP, but I'm bringing it up because I know that as far as like Lone Oak, for example, there was talk about building in the curb and gutter. Is there a way to incorporate projects like that if it's approved, if it goes through that, we were talking about an ad hoc committee, if it goes through that and it is approved as a project to include in future projections for CIPs, how would that work?
Thank you, Mayor. My recollection is, per council's direction, is for staff to come back with what that would look like, what the options are for Lone Oak to improve it. Along with that presentation, we will include, here's our cost estimates as well. And it is from there, where the city council can provide further direction to move forward with creating a project, a CIP sheet, and then we would then bring it back to council for approval to be incorporated into the CIP document.
Thank you. That helps with the process. Okay, I believe I'm covered here.
I have one
Yes.
question.
Oh, we have two. I don't know who was first.
Real quick on the lights that we're doing, the smart lights. We're hearing a lot of feedback on the lights over by Heritage on American and Balfour. Okay, what's the difference between the light system that we have there and the one that we're upgrading on Brentwood Boulevard and Lone Tree? And is there any way to upgrade the one that we have by Heritage?
Thank you for bringing that up. The intersection of Balfour and American Avenue, that went into a glitch a couple of weeks back because it was an old camera system, and the county signal maintenance was not able to get a hold of those people to come and maintain it appropriately. So we are now moving forward with a new system, which is a system which we are applying towards a smart signals project. And recently we used that system at American Avenue and Balfour. So we have a new video detection system, and looks like it's working well.
So I guess I'm confused. How was that funded if it's new? Did we fund that and I just missed it?
That is correct. This is from our budget that we have for spending for any of these repairs or maintenance. And
Okay. Is it the same system as the other one, or is it totally different than the smart light thing?
no, it is the same system.
Okay.
We are moving forward with that video detection system, which will be used in the smart signals project.
Okay. So we should see a lot less issues with our lights over there by Heritage.
Correct.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you.
On the phase 2 of the Lone Tree Way road improvement, I was wondering if this project is anticipated to come back, I believe, in 2026 and 2027. However, I know that we have a developer who is to develop on 2 portions of Lone Tree. What happens if we complete the work and then the developer comes? Because I believe in both of our iterations of our agreement with that developer, they were supposed to contribute to the road work. So does that go into a fund and sit there, or how does that work out?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We have a development, the city has a citywide development fee program. So as developers come through, particularly the ones on Lone Tree Way, if and when they come in to pull their building permits, it's at that time, or maybe even before that, where they would, per the fee program, reimburse the city for any of those expenses. So it kind of gives us flexibility. You know, if they move forward first, they would do their share of roadway improvements, and we would reimburse them through our fee program, and vice versa. If we did the work ahead of time, they would be eligible for reimbursement.
But they can't claim any type of exemptions if the work is already completed.
Correct.
Thank you.
Sorry, while we're still on the roadway crossing, it talks about 3 other intersections that are impacted and have to be upgraded. The upgrades on those, just so everybody's really clear, is more signage and road signage, not actual increase of lanes and things like that?
I believe at one of the intersection, there is a turn lane that needs to be installed at O'Hara and Smith that goes into the school. Okay.
Sorry, Angie, he's referring to the Lone Tree Way at grade widening.
Oh, is that?
The
I'm
railway
sorry. I was thinking about the Lone Tree widening project. Can you repeat that question? Sorry.
So when we presented that we're going to widen the intersection where it crosses over the railroad tracks, there's 3 other intersections, Oak Street, Brentwood Boulevard, and I can't remember the third one, but the upgrades are more signage upgrades, correct?
That is correct. More, no widening, more signage, more equipment upgrade. There might be some minor equipment upgrades. So there was a field diagnostic meeting that happened with the UP and CPUC, and they've recommended some, minor equipment upgrade. Nothing significant, but they need to bring it up to standards. So no widening, though.
Perfect, thanks.
I have another one too. I think we just keep building on this. For the countywide smart signals also, there's a part in here that talks about the funding coming from a combination of OBAG and Measure J and allocated by CCTA. And I know Measure J is potentially going to be coming back on the ballot soon, but just to confirm, the funding that goes towards this is already allocated through the existing Measure J bond, yes?
That message is coming from CCTA as well. So for us, our share is only the city match.
Great, okay, thank you. And if there are no more questions, we can move into public comment.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're participating from the audience, please fill a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item. And I can't recall if we've set a timer for this evening.
We did not. I will go with 3 minutes.
The timer or the microphone will be muted once the timer has expired. I do have one speaker card in person. Aaron?
All right, good evening. Thank you for your time and effort that you devote to the city of Brentwood. I'm here to urge you to consider the construction of new pickleball courts as you deliberate the capital improvements. The courts at Creekside get a tremendous amount of use. Just ask the people who live really close by. And pickleball is extremely efficient in terms of how much space it takes and how much it costs to construct and maintain courts for how much they get used. Additionally, there's a sense of camaraderie and community among the pickleball players that's really wonderful. Where else in the city do people of all ages and all backgrounds come and pick up sports together? So as I've thought about this, it seems like there are a couple of natural barriers to constructing new courts in Brentwood. What would we need in order to do this? We need land. Ideally land that is currently unused, far enough away from houses that the beautiful sounds of pickleball won't disturb those who haven't yet learned to appreciate them. And also we need money. Ideally that money would be sitting unused, money that could be directed towards new pickleball courts without halting other important projects. Are there good options for land and funds? I think there are. The land directly east of the treatment plant, as was mentioned, is unused space. It's far enough away from houses that there wouldn't be complaints. As far as money goes, Fund 392 is a capital infrastructure fund. This fund has allocated $4.8 million to the Innovation Center at Brentwood as part of the Brentwood Infrastructure CIP. This included the extension of Jeffrey Way, which is no longer a city priority, and thus some of these funds could be used for the construction of new pickleball courts. The city recently entered into a contract, this was mentioned earlier as well, related to sewer and water, extending sewer and water. As I see it, there are two very good options. One possibility would be to fund this sewer and water project with sewer and water fees, which is very commonly done. This would free up funds that could immediately be used for the construction of pickleball courts. Second, with funds left over, even if we didn't do the normal fee, water and sewer fees to pay for that, there will likely be funds left over after that sewer and water and sewer construction. And those could be allocated to the construction of new pickleball courts. Any leftover funds from that project should be moved once that project is complete. And even though those project funds are designated for capital improvements, those funds.
The speaker's timer has expired. I do want to take this moment to acknowledge we did receive 5 written public comments in advance of the meeting, all related to the pickleball as well. I have no additional speaker cards in person, and I have no hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. Moving into council discussion. And if we don't have any discussion, we could move into a motion.
I can make a motion. If you're all okay with the, oh, go ahead, Harold.
For the record, Gerald Duffy, city manager. Just very quickly, I just wanted to see if I could cover some of the area which the council had commented on. One was how we select parks, and I think parks kind of went through that criteria in terms of how they land on the CIP, and there was maybe some discussion or recommendation to make some adjustments along the way, or was that just for parks staff to go ahead and
No, and I was going to put the date changes in my motion.
Okay, and then also there was discussions about staff coming back or looking at restroom facilities at multiple parks. And then there was the mayor's comment about a shade improvement program, and staff said they actually have that. I do know that one of the top 10 items that Park and Rec staff was working on is coming back with a facility master plan. And that would be to look at kind of shaping the recreation facilities in the future. I'm sure those areas can be covered by that. And then there's also a discussion about a pickleball, and we can come back with a future report on that.
I did have a question. Thank you for that, because when you said something, it triggered. I know when we did the CIP project review about 2 years ago, the comments about the aquatic park locker room came up. And so I know that this has come up again, and I'm seeing that the date is pushed out a little further. Is there any type of concern that we should move this forward sooner than having it out further? One is maintenance, and the other one was the lockers. And so I know that this has come up, and it seems like it got pushed down the ladder a little bit. That was one of the things I forgot to ask about. They moved it.
Thank you for the question. I also invite Aaron to come to the mic to help support my response, just in case. But that was a project that I believe was delayed primarily due to it was mostly kind of cosmetic. It is an aging facility, so it does look its age. And so I think we do desire to have it upgraded and move it forward.
But I believe the project she's referencing, there were maybe 2 of them. One was the locker room improvement, and the other was
the mechanical room.
The mechanical room, yes.
Right.
And Councilmember Mendoza actually pointed out that it has been moved up to 26, 27. So I'll withdraw my question.
Okay, great.
Because I think in the actual binder, it says at a later date than it says on the project expenditures by category. So is this the day we're going to expend it, or date of completion? Because that says the expenditure date, but the date of completion says something different.
What is the date listed on the project sheet?
The date of completion inside of the project says 27, 28. Oh no, that's the structure, I'm sorry. No, it's correct. Sorry, I withdraw it. I was looking at 2 different projects at the water complex. One, it says 27, 28, but the one that I'm concerned about is going to happen within this year, so never mind.
Great.
Thank you.
Although I have to say, I think it is a fair question, because the other 3 structures that are in that section do seem like a higher priority. And I know, like the Vice Mayor said, this one's been pushed out in the past to be able to accommodate some other project. Do you feel the need to do that again, or are you comfortable with where it is?
I'm sorry, can you restate the question?
That specific one of the projects that are at the Aquatic Center, that one has been pushed back and forth a bit, but it also doesn't seem to have the same level of priority for safety, for example. You said it was cosmetic, as the other projects do. And so I'm wondering, are you comfortable with that one actually happening earlier, or do you feel the need, based on trying to prioritize something else, to push that out again?
No, to clarify, so of the 2 projects, the pump room, mechanical room is out to bid, so that project is moving forward.
Yeah.
And then we are scheduled to move forward with the locker room.
And it's the locker room specifically that I'm questioning, if that one's more cosmetic.
Yes, it's not safety issues. It's just cosmetic.
But you're okay
Dated
with
and it's
that coming
looking-
earlier?
Yes, yes,
Okay, all
absolutely.
right, thank you.
Thank you.
And I add on, just because Antioch redid a lot of their structures, it looks so, it's really nice. And so my concern is, are we gonna, when we do stairs and slide stairs and replacements and the play structure replacement, are we gonna match what we have, or are we gonna do something a little bit more current?
I'm definitely sure we're going to be doing something more current. That facility has been around for quite some time, so think, you know, the aesthetics have changed.
Yeah, since 1999. So, okay, thank you. Appreciate the question.
Definitely.
And are we ready for the motion?
So I move to accept the update and then to add a couple of changes, add a CIP project for a Heron bathroom park with currently no date, but just to have it on the radars to figure out when we can fit it in. And then to update the timing of the parks to be more in line with what is in the binder. So moving Walnut Park up to 26, 27, and then moving back Lake Park to later on after that. And I think we can leave Oak Meadow Park where it is. Well, my binder's different. Your slide is different, so I'm not sure what you have, but I'm fine with leaving the Oak Meadow Park and pulling up Walnut, and then we can move Caboose by a year. And then the last thing would be just the efforts to move the pickleball courts from the Creekside location over to the other location that we talked about. So I think those are the three priorities if there's nothing else.
Now, on the pickleball, that was going to come back as a separate item though, wouldn't it? And then at that point, we would add it to the CIP, or does it need to be added now?
I think there was a list from the city manager that he
Yeah,
said
it's
with all the
coming back.
things.
Yeah, but
that
just
we're gonna
reiterating it kind of, yeah.
And then as far as the shade, does that need to be an actual part of the motion, or is that just something we're encouraging the Parks and Rec Commission to incorporate as often as they can and maybe
Well, I think-
prioritize?
Every single time you guys do a park, you put shade in it now. There is no park that happens without
But I'm talking
shade.
about like the replacement or upgrade ones, not the new ones. The new ones are,
No, the replacements all have shade in them now too.
and if they're, Aaron's using hand signals. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it's
Thank
already
you.
part of I just don't think Park and Rec knew exactly what your process was, is what the problem was.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So I think those were the only changes we were making.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And any opposition? No. Okay. At this point,
Thank you.
Yes, thank you,
Thank you
everyone.
all for
That's a
thank you
lot.
all.
And thank you for the public input as well. Do we need a motion to recess to close session?
Yes, please.
I'll make the motion to recess to close session.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are
Aye.
recessed to close session. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, how are you? Hey, Faye. Did your binder go all the way up to page 1 something? What page did you? Yeah, my binder stopped at 106. Is that the one I dropped off to you? Okay.
We are coming back from closed session. Thank you for your patience. There is nothing to report, and I'm looking for a motion to adjourn closed session.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor? Aye. Closed session is adjourned. And now moving into our regularly scheduled city council meeting. We have a quorum. We can begin with a roll call, please.
Councilmember Maloney,
Present.
Vice Mayor Pearson,
Present?
Councilmember Mendoza.
Here.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Here.
Mayor Meyer.
Here, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're going to start with presentations with C1, Employee Retirement Recognition, and returning it over to Sakari Bashirs, Human Resources Director for the Employee Retirement Recognition presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. We want to take the time now to recognize our most valuable assets, which is our employees. And specifically, we have several retirements of individuals with 20+ years of service with the city. So we want to just pause and think about that. 20+ years with the city. The 4 employees that we will recognize tonight have a combined of almost a century of experience, 98 years of experience of these 4 employees. So that definitely shows the dedication and commitment that they have to the city of Brentwood. In addition to that, we are looking at how we not only bring employees on, so how we're onboarding them, but also how we offboard them. We're working to really embrace inclusion and make sure that employees feel like they belong. And that means through the entire life cycle, all the way through retirement. So with that, I want to turn it over to Interim Chief Ogrodnik and Casey Wickard, our Public Works Director, who will give you more information about the 4 employees we want to recognize.
Good evening, everyone. First employee I would like to recognize and invite up is Lieutenant Mark Lawrence. I'll share a quick tidbit that Lieutenant Lawrence and we were actually hired the same day, June 1st, 1998. I know it begs the question, why is he retiring and I'm not, right? Let me share a little more about Lieutenant Mark Lawrence and his service to the community and our police department. Lieutenant Mark Lawrence served the community of Brentwood for the last 28 years. He was actually 2 months shy of 28 years. Over the course of his career, he served in the following roles and assignments: traffic officer, youth liaison officer, school resource officer, and detective. He also served as a field training officer, defensive tactics instructor, patrol rifle instructor, and was a founding member of the Brentwood Police Department SWAT team, ultimately serving as team commander. Lieutenant Lawrence also served as a patrol sergeant, special operations sergeant, patrol lieutenant, ending his career as the investigations lieutenant. After a total of 29 years in law enforcement, he retires from the city of Brentwood, leaving behind a legacy of dedicated service to this community, leadership, and overall lasting impact on many who had the opportunity to work with him. In retirement, he plans to fish, hunt, train dogs in multiple disciplines with his amazing wife, Terry. We could not be more grateful for his service to the city, Brentwood community, and wish him all the best in your well-deserved retirement. Congratulations.
Thank you. Gary Parenti, if you want to come on up, please. Gary Parenti has dedicated, sorry, go ahead. Gary has dedicated over 21 years of service to the city of Brentwood, building a reputation as a committed and dependable solid waste supervisor since 2005. Throughout his tenure, Gary made it a personal mission to foster a safe work environment. He takes great pride in the fact that neither he nor his team experienced any serious accidents on the job, a testament to his leadership and commitment to workplace safety. One of Gary's safety mantras was urging drivers to slow down and motor easy. As he retires, he leaves behind a legacy of resourcefulness and deep professional friendships, and we wish Gary the best as he motors easy into retirement. Hang around, don't go anywhere. John Carlson. During John's 27-year career with the city, he oversaw the growth of Brentwood's solid waste division from an operation with only 5 drivers working out of a trailer office into the state-certified solid waste enterprise with a team of 30 staff currently. John played a key role in planning the collection routes for the new developments and commercial properties during the city's rapid growth in the early 2000s. He oversaw the permitting of the transfer station and maintained an impeccable safety record with 0 serious injuries or violations over nearly 3 decades. John successfully built one of the region's most efficient solid waste operations, characterized by superior in-house customer service for Brentwood residents, and by having the lowest garbage rates of all the communities in the surrounding area. We thank him for his service and wish him the best in retirement. Hey. Scott Dempsey. Over a 22-year career with the city, Scott's progressed from a senior mechanic to the fleet facilities maintenance manager and transformed the city's fleet maintenance operations. During his tenure, Scott managed the procurement of over $30 million worth of vehicles and equipment. He expanded the oversight and maintenance of the city's fleet of 328 vehicles and 14 facilities and established the city's warehouse operations. He also oversees the bulk fuel program, which saves the city in excess of $100,000 annually in fuel costs. We're excited that Scott will be able to continue calling Brentwood home after his retirement, and we're grateful for all his contributions over the years. We have one more thing for each of you. If I could get a little help here. So we've had jackets made for each of you guys. So we're going to have these show off the nice Brentwood logo on the back. Got your names on the front of them. You're going to want to wear this for the picture. So as Sakari mentioned, there's almost a century worth of experience here. It's some invaluable knowledge and experience that these gentlemen have all passed on to the people that are going to be hanging around taking care of the work while they're gone. We certainly appreciate all you've done for the city. Thank you for all your hard work and dedication over the years, and we wish you all the best in your retirement.
We're just gonna, just for a few words here, Lieutenant Lorenz, Gary Parenti, John Carlson, and Scott Dempsey, thank you so much for your service to the city. You've made it a beautiful place to live and a safe place to live, and we appreciate you for it. We hope you all take every moment of retirement that you deserve and enjoy it, because just you've worked very hard here, and you've earned the right to rest at this point. So please know that we all thank you. We all appreciate your service for this period of time. And nearly 100 years is absolutely crazy. Thank you. Thank you for this evening. Thanks to Casey and Walter, for introducing us to you if we didn't know you already. Congratulations. We're going to just do a shaking hands down the line thing. Can you if
for everything you did. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
So much for everything. Thank you so much.
All right, well, I know John's really nervous, but I'll make it short. But I just wanted to thank everybody for the recognition tonight, and also just tell you that I got my heart's in Brentwood. It's a great place, and it comes from not only everybody that works here, but also the community and the involvement. It's a very special place to be, and I can't say enough about the people that work here. Everybody here just cares, and you don't find that in a lot of government these days. So we need to keep doing what we're doing and do things right.
Last chance? Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Next item on the agenda, is Interim Police Chief Ogrodnik will present the Brentwood Police Department's annual performance report.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, city staff, and guests. This evening, I will be presenting the Brentwood Police Department's performance report for 2025, and I am pleased to announce that in 2025, we had a 20% reduction in overall crime, and within that, there was a 26.5% reduction in violent crime and property crimes. The purpose of the report is for accountability, transparency, and it lays the foundation for assessing staffing needs. The performance is going to cover 3 categories: response times, incidents of crime and crime rates, and workload. We prioritize calls for service, prioritize using 2 different categories. A priority 1 involves an immediate threat to life and or some crimes that are in progress. Priority 2s are high priority that does not involve an immediate threat of life. This slide here covers the time the officer is dispatched to the call to the time the officer arrives on scene. It's listed in minutes and seconds. You will see priority 1s. We actually improved our response time by 15 seconds compared to 2024, and priority 2s increased by 2 seconds. Here's a breakdown for dispatch response times from the time the call was received by dispatch to the time the officer was dispatched to the call. Our dispatch center does an amazing job trying to keep priority 1 calls under a minute. And you will see that we've maintained a steady average over the years. And in 2025, there was 50 seconds. In 2023, I'll just summarize the dialogue. For NIBRS, the state mandated that all agencies mirror the National Incident-Based Reporting System on reporting crimes. And what this did was this reporting system allowed agencies to report more detailed information per incidents. Without going too far in the weeds on our previous reporting system, Uniform Crime Reporting, UCR, it was a hierarchy. But now with NIBRS, we can identify up to 10 crimes per incident, and it provides more detailed reporting per incident. And we rolled out NIBRS in 2023. There's two groups. Group A is essentially your felony crimes. Group B are misdemeanor crimes, crimes against society. Total crime offenses, this is the variation. I had mentioned a 20% decrease overall in 2025 compared to 2024. The next slide is a crime offense comparison from 24 to 25 broken down into 11 categories. This here illustrates the reduction from 2024 to 25. And year-to-year comparison, again, I had previously mentioned there was we had a 26.5% decrease in total violent and property crimes. With regards to clearance rates, indicates the department's ability to solve crime. We report this data to the FBI and track these numbers yearly. And for 2025, this slide provides an overview of our closure rates. I do want to point out that with NIBRS, unlike the previous reporting under the Uniform Crime Reporting, this number changes in terms of closure rates. So for instance, crimes that were reported and investigated in 2025, we're 4 months into 2026. If we close a case in 2026 that was taken in 2025, we update that information. So it's more of a revolving calendar versus just a one-time reporting. Total workload per officer is broken down into two categories, reactive and proactive. The reactive workload, we noticed a decrease in calls for service pretty much across the board. Reactive workload decreased by 7% from 24 to 25 per officer. And our proactive workload increased from 2024 to 2025. And this slide gives that a breakdown as well. This is an illustration that although we had a drop in calls for service, we've had a 17.7% increase in 2025 of proactive work with officers, the men and women of our department out there proactively patrolling the streets, working their respective beats, patrolling their respective beats, focusing their efforts in anything identified as a high crime area, organized retail theft, you name it, they were out there performing at a level that clearly shows an increase in 2025. And my hope is that we continue on that trend going into 2026. Engage survey is something that we implemented and invested in, I think about 5 years ago. And 38,895 surveys were sent out. And of those, we had a 20.5% return that were fully completed and returned. And overall, 71% of the respondents were very satisfied with their experience with the Brentwood Police Department. This slide, along with the next slide, is the only two slides that actually have information to current date in terms of staffing. On the left, it shows what positions are authorized, and on the right, it is our current staffing level. It has been ebb and flow. As you noticed tonight, we had one retiree. We have had a few other members of the department retire, and we are working very, very diligently to fill the vacant positions. This is our professional staff. Same column on the left is what we are authorized, and the column on the right is our current staffing levels. Current hiring efforts, currently 10 vacancies, but we do have 3 lateral officers in the background process, as well as 2 trainees that we're excited are starting the academy April 27th. The trainees, it's not, when the trainee finishes the academy, which is a 27-week program, it will take anywhere from 18 to 21 months to actually have them fully trained after graduating the police academy. In civilian positions, currently have 3 vacancies, 2 dispatchers, but we do have 2 entry-level currently in the background process, and we currently have 1 community service officer where we're, I believe, opened the recruitment process just recently to fill that position. Community engagement efforts. This is a time of year that we really enjoy. This is an opportunity for us to connect with the community. I know many of our elected officials have come to some of these events and have shown your support, which we appreciate. This list is not all inclusive. However, it does cover some of our more popular community engagement events that we participate in. And again, we really enjoy this opportunity because this truly defines what our community is about, and it brings the community together. This is pretty much a historical financial resource with regards to Office of Traffic Safety. We rely heavily on that for our directed enforcement to improve traffic safety throughout the city. The Cal DOJ Prop 56 tobacco grant, those are monies that are used to allow us to go out and perform compliance checks. And officer wellness and mental health is very important for just the work that the men and women do every day. We were allotted a funding amount that I think we pretty much used every last ounce of it for the health and safety of our staff. I included this year. Contra Costa County Office of the Sheriff had previously, we had an agreement that any resident that was seeking a concealed carry permit would be vetted and processed through the Sheriff's Office. The Sheriff's Office relinquished that responsibility back to the Police Department back in August of 2025. So I gathered data to show the number of applicants that we received. Through December of 2025, there were 41. 1 permit was approved, 1 denied, and 2 applications were withdrawn. And with that, I would just like to take a moment to thank all of you for your continued support, our city staff, city officials, our residents, for your continuing support for the, I'm delivering the message right now, but it's truly the men and women of the Brentwood Police Department that are out there working really hard to keep our community safe, as well as our professional staff, our dispatchers, records department. There's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes to keep things running fluidly, and I'm very appreciative of that. So thank you. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Interim Chief. Any questions? Any comments? Thank you very much for the report.
Thank you for the report.
Moving into public comments. The public comment time for tonight's items will be 3 minutes each. In order to ensure that speakers feel welcome to share their views, members of the audience are kindly requested to refrain from applauding or speaking to the council from the audience without being called upon first. In addition, in order to maintain decorum and ensure that no one's sight is obstructed, public commenters are reminded to not approach the dais.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are not listed on the agenda, items listed under informational reports, requests for future agenda items and new requests. Comments for the meeting's detailed agenda items or business items should be made when they are called. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Your microphone will be muted when the timer expires. I thought I had counted, but I have not counted how many cards I have in person, but I will call 3 names at a time. First speaker is Sahil, followed by Tracy, followed by Danny.
Hello, City Council staff and City Council members. Thank you for letting me present some brief remarks regarding the work of our Youth Commission. First, hello everybody, my name is Sahil Narula and I'm a commissioner on the Brentwood Youth Commission, and now let's delve deeper into what we're doing. Right now, the Brentwood Youth Commission is prioritizing new recreational events tailored for our youth and fundraisers to keep the commissioner's coffer going. New events that are currently being worked on are a career fair for older youth, which has been rescheduled to later this year, which intends to feature large amounts of local businesses and mentors. We also have been working on a STEM day taking place close to now on May 9th, intended for more younger audiences, with planned hands-on activities in store and a large amount of space for potential exhibitors and school clubs to participate. Along with this, we just launched the Youth Commission Civic Essay Competition on the 8th of January, which will serve as another smaller secondary scholarship along with our regular Youth Commission scholarship, and can be accessed through the Summer Activities Guide registration page that just dropped. This competition will serve as a way to foster youth engagement, allow us to give back to the community, and receive some much-needed funds, as there is an entry fee. We also plan to open up applications for term-limited seats for the Youth Commission in the coming couple of months. Finally, we would like to just give a whole big thank you to Madam Mayor Meyer and to the whole City Council for allowing the Commission to exist and supporting our initiatives all these years. Now with that, thank you City Council staff and City Council members. I yield the floor.
Tracy?
Okay. I'm ready. So I'm here regarding the Burgess Community Service Center, and I want to know why Brentwood didn't sue the county when you knew the county's environmental declaration contained false statements, conclusions based on zero data, and did not provide any public outreach. You simply let the county ignore your request for a memorandum of understanding. You basically laid back and let the county be in non-compliance with our city ordinance. Oh, wait, I know why. It's because you don't care about all the residents in Brentwood. I can promise you this, when this project blows up in your face, I will make sure everyone knows who's to blame. After watching council's reactions and non-reactions to the county's environmental report, I am curious which one or three of you are sitting on Burgess' lap being petted. Is that why you didn't put up a fight? I'm glad to see Council Member Pearson, because I'm particularly angry with you. You acted like you cared so much for your district and didn't want this project to affect your district. You even bragged about buying a gallon of milk for people because you care. Silly me, I almost believed you. What I find offensive is that you literally did nothing to warn your district, and you knew the county didn't do public outreach. You failed your district and your city. The worst part is that you showed up at the groundbreaking, all smiles and being Diane Burgess's bestie. It didn't take a rocket scientist to understand why you didn't warn your district about what was coming their way. I didn't know your term was about to expire until you blurted it out as a political stunt to avoid having real dialogue regarding reimbursement for fundraisers. Your behavior was an embarrassment to our city. During a March 25, 2025 council meeting, you appeared by Zoom and proceeded to aggressively eat chips. While I am 100% in support of potato chips, however, I'm not in support of our vice mayor eating them during official meeting. You have shown your arrogance and lack of respect for this city on more than one occasion. Given your behavior, I will do everything in my power to prevent you from being reelected. And Tony, remember when you were outraged and defensive regarding the discussion on the reimbursement for fundraisings? You must have forgotten that the city paid for both you and Pat Nisha's $75 dinner for the November, I have to say 2024, I think, or 2025, Chambers of Commerce meeting. Because I want to keep the public informed, I have more pending document requests coming, and I want council to be transparent and keep the record straight. I don't want this council thinking that they can treat us like Supervisor bogus Burgess.
Next speakers are Danny, followed by Cindy, followed by Francis.
You would think I'd be more prepared. Well, despite rumors to the contrary before I start, yeah, I'm still here. All right, and this will be scattered, even though I have it written. Apologies in advance. First, This young lady, Tracy, is trying to recall Diane Burgess. So for all who really want to put their money where their mouths are, go sign the form. Otherwise, just shut up. More important, there's a rumor that I sold out, broke confidential conversations, and other silly things. I assume this comes in light of my feelings towards reimbursements and when any of you are here or not here. Reimbursements. For me, I look at it like this: 5,000. That's the number of days it would take for $100 reimbursements to match what the $250,000 man stuck us with when he walked out the door. That's $100 a day for 5,000 days. If we're going to put any efforts on money, let's put efforts in asking staff how to claw back that $500,000. It was outside of his scope. It was made very clear that it was outside of his scope. You had a meeting. You guys determined what his limits were going to be. He did it anyway, stuck us with the bill. That is money that I'd like to see come back. And in the 7 years of politics here, I made my feelings clear. I care about the city, and I have and will continue to call out shenanigans. I've also blasted members on the council, planning, and the police. Just because I don't do it here doesn't mean that I don't do it. Anyone who knows me knows how I feel about the current council, previous council, planning, Sino, Shea, and shenanigans by staff. If you know me, you know I don't care what you think of me. But these chatterboxes imply that I have put or have some sort of inside information that puts you guys at risk. That is not the case. Just because I don't air out laundry here to everyone does not mean I don't air out laundry and get opinions. This is the last time I'm going to talk about me because it really isn't about me. It's about what I care about. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Cindy Gailey, and I'm here about the issue of traffic control on Lone Oak Road. Under our understanding is that one of the residents in our area has requested the city to put traffic controls on Lone Oak Road. We don't know if this resident has talked to anyone. She certainly hasn't discussed it with us. We have lived on Lone Oak Road for 55 years. Since O'Hara Avenue has gone through and the reconfiguration of the streets in our area, there is less traffic, and we just don't see a need for having any traffic controls. New speed signs have gone in, and that should work fine, but there just isn't enough traffic to warrant any further things that we can see. Thank you.
Okay, first I'd like to welcome City Attorney Thomas Smith. I seriously hope and pray that you will bring much needed integrity, accountability, and transparency, of which we have seen so little of these past 7 months when my sister-in-law, Yolanda Ramirez, was killed by an officer in the police department. There was a lot that I was going to bring up, but the main thing, my purpose today is that we have two differing coroner's reports. The county coroner ruled Yolanda Ramirez's death was caused by, natural causes. A second independent coroner report found that Yolanda's death was a homicide because of a fractured skull and other trauma. Evidently, the county coroner didn't see any of this. Interesting. It's imperative that a coroner's inquest hearing be held soon. City Attorney Smith, please do what you can to make this happen. We've been waiting. We waited 1 month for a police report to come out. We waited 3 months for the body cam footage to come out. And the Ramirez family is not only dealing with a devastating grief, the loss of a wife, mother, grandmother, but then they also have to deal with this deliberate procrastinations. So please, City Attorney Smith, please bring back integrity, accountability, and transparency to Brentwood. Thank you.
Amen.
Next speakers I have are Becky, followed by Rich, followed by Rudy.
I don't really have anything prepared this time. I'm just gonna wing it. I felt you all should know that 7 months later, we're finally planning my mother's celebration of life. I'm sure you've never had to do that after a loved one has passed, waiting so long to come to honor them. All of those crimes that Ogrodnik showed, my mom committed none of those to be treated how she was treated. And your down calls, I'm pretty sure you're going to be down even more calls because people are going to be frightened to call any sort of authority to come and handle a situation. If somebody as innocent as my mom could be treated how she was treated. We demand that you honor my mother, her memory, and initiate a coroner's inquest because nobody should have to wait 7 months to honor their lost loved one as we're dealing with everything else, trying to find out answers that nobody wants to give us. It's just, it's not right. And you need to do good, as Parenti said, do good by your community, by us. Thank you.
This is to everybody watching online, Brentwood residents, Contra Costa County residents, California residents, United States of America residents, and residents overseas. Thank you for all the love and support you have shown us, for all the messages that warms our hearts. It means a lot to us. Going through this experience has shown me that the system is broken, that there's no accountability, no checks and balances, no full transparency. I see incompetence. I see a lack of training, lack of compassion and empathy, lack of leadership. I don't see anybody doing the right thing. I see no moral courage. And I also see a cover-up. Last month, I saw all of you bickering over $100 crab feeds. Where's that energy? Where's that energy when you see a pathetic, weak, coward Aaron Peachman terrorize a 72-year-old grandma that's not a threat and kill her? There's no checks and balances. We didn't have the interim chief step in and do the right thing. He should have been removed from active duty pending an investigation. All the statements should have been the truth, not lies. And there was a deliberate avoidance of my mom hitting her head during the encounter with Peachman that was not relayed to the paramedics. If they would have known, they would have sent her directly to John Muir. She spent 7 hours before getting surgery that she needed. That could have made a difference. And you're covering that up. You cut that off on the video. And the only reason why I know this is I received Kaiser's medical records. And it states that the only information that they received was that she was being arrested, she was having an altered mental status, and she was vomiting in the back of the police car. Did not say that she hit her head once or twice during that encounter. That's a cover-up. And when you're deposed by our lawyer during the trial, all the truth is going to come out, and it's going to be made public.
This is from the Brentwood Press, January 30th. A second independent autopsy performed on Yolanda Ramirez at the request of her family has yielded results determining her cause of death to be homicide as a consequence of police restraint. The report has been sent to the Contra Costa District Attorney's Office, according to the family's attorney. In view of the clinical history and findings of the second autopsy, the cause of death of this Hispanic female, Yolanda Bustos Ramirez, is multiple blunt force trauma and asphyxiation with complications, all due to and a consequence of police restraint. The manner of death is homicide. Homicide, not natural causes. Homicide. That means a death at the hands of another. That's why we're asking for an inquest. You guys keep saying you want to do the right thing, that you want transparency. You've shown none of that. It's always something different. First, you wouldn't show us the footage of the video cam. Now, this interim police chief allowed the killers to remain on duty. They said, well, we can't give you any information because we're investigating. Then he should have been off duty. What if he killed somebody else? And you still don't understand or know why he snapped over a $12 coffee cup. A $12 coffee cup. And my wife had to die for that? First and only encounter with the police. They had to decide on what to charge her with. You guys heard the video. At first it was vandalism. Peachman told my sister-in-law, Sylvia Bustos, there is no damage to your door. What else? They decided, oh, broken coffee cup. Yeah, that deserves a death.
Legend.
What's the matter with you people? You just sit there on your hands. If it was your mother, your wife, I bet you wouldn't be sitting there like bumps on a log. You would want justice for your family members too. And he wants to be permanent chief. He's been in, 7 months on the job and already 2 killings? And that's what we want? I don't think so. When you're going to run for office, we'll be there.
The next speakers are Nat, followed by Kristen, followed by Sanjay.
Hi everyone, my name is Nat and I'm with a group called Dare to Struggle. I'm out here to support the family of Yolanda Ramirez, who was brutalized and killed by Brentwood police in September. I want to start by saying, how dare you all let one of the police officers from that department come up here to give a performance report on 2025 without mentioning her name a single time, without mentioning the fact that they killed one of your residents? That's cowardly. That's crazy. That's crazy. Everyone deserves to know, every resident of this city deserves to know the officers who did this to Yolanda, deserves to know their names, deserves to have them off the force immediately and charged with her murder. The police, as we've seen from their presentation, will do anything to posture about being for the people. They'll hand out backpacks and candy to children. They'll do photo ops on their horses with them. But the only thing that they won't do is anything that will actually amount to real change, which is holding their own officers accountable and removing them from the force immediately. And Yolanda's husband said it well. And we know that cops who kill people on our streets go back out to kill again. We see this all the time. We see cops who kill 2-3 people at their department get eventually removed from the force, and then they just move to the next town over. These cops need to be charged with murder when they murder people, and they need to be put behind bars where they belong, like anyone else would be. And so demanding justice, demanding these officers be off the force is the bare minimum. Yeah, justice for Yolanda, and we can't let these criminals be back on our streets any longer.
Good evening, Councilman, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Gosh, my topic is so irrelevant now with all of what has happened, but I came here to give you guys a little presentation, and so I'll just read what I have so I don't lose track. So what's brought me here this evening is a concept that I'm hoping to bring to the city of Brentwood very soon. My name is Kirsten Nina Holmes, and I am a resident here in Brentwood and the owner of Oysters Ooh La La Mobile Oyster Bar, and now Cafe Go by Oysters Ooh La La. It's a small business that has been proudly serving and engaging with Brentwood community for several years now. I'm here today to introduce a concept called the Parlay. It is a guided, pedal-powered group experience designed to connect our downtown district with Brentwood's agricultural and winery destinations. Brentwood is known as the U-Pick capital of the world, not just California, you all know the world. And this year marks the 50th anniversary of that legacy. The timing for something like this feels not only right, but inevitable. We have a beautiful farm, incredible wineries, and growing downtown businesses. But right now, there's no experience that brings them all together. All these things exist separately. The Parlay is going to bridge that gap. It creates a safe, structured, and curated, memorable way for residents and visitors alike to move between downtown quarters into our farms and wineries, all in one curated experience. Guests would depart from a central downtown location and travel along designated routes such as Oak Street, connecting to Walnut Boulevard for the farm experiences, Chestnut for boutique winery experiences like Serendipity Cellars, and Balfour Road for the larger destinations like Hannah Nicole Vineyards. This isn't just transportation we're offering. It's an experience that supports multiple local businesses all at once. Each ride is designed to drive foot traffic into our downtown area, increase visibility and revenue for all the farms during U-Pick season, highlighting our wineries as destination experiences and creating something Brentwood can be proud of and known for. I have spent years building relationships within this community, working with farms, wineries, and local organizations, and participating in the events that bring.
The speaker's timer has expired.
Thank you. Could staff connect with economic development? Thank you.
I believe she may already have Ricardo's information. Whenever you're ready.
All right. My name is Sanjay, and I'm an activist with the organization Dare to Struggle, and I'm here to stand in support of the family of Yolanda Ramirez to demand justice for Yolanda. 7 months later, justice has still not been served. It is an insult to the family and an insult to our collective intelligence to have an officer present a 2025 report with nowhere in there mentioning Yolanda's name. Nowhere does it mention the names of the officers who were responsible for killing her. I mean, I do not understand the inertia that's going on in this city, in this department, when somebody is murdered in broad daylight with body cam footage being released and you are still unable to name who is responsible for that. That is shameful and that is cowardly. Nowhere was it mentioned in the police report that it took you over 4 months to release the body cam footage in violation of California law. And it doesn't mention that an independent coroner report concluded that her death was a homicide due to police restraint. It was a homicide. She did not just die, she was killed. You know exactly what you're doing. You are using silence as another tool. You are using silence as another weapon. You are preventing the family from having closure, from moving on. Their lives have been broken. Their lives have been destroyed by this. I don't think you understand, like, if this happened to you, if this was your mom, your grandma, your somebody in your family, you would be outraged, you would be incensed, you would be out here every week demanding justice. And what you're doing, you're stonewalling. You're pretending that nothing is happening. You're pretending that this has never happened at all. And it's cowardly and it's shameful. Since 2020, there's been over 7,000 people killed by police all across America. Since the murder of George Floyd, since this reckoning that we all lived through in May 2020 and June 2020, 7,000 people. As of today, if you look on Mapping Police Violence, the website that tracks all police killings in America, the rate is the same as last year. It's the same as the year before, meaning that if nothing gets done all across America, by the end of this year, there will be 1,500 more people killed by police. That is unacceptable. That is unacceptable. And you can do something right now. This will only change. This will only stop when every single one of these murderers cops, every single one of these killer cops are put behind bars where they belong. They are the real murderers. They are the real criminals. They do not deserve to walk around freely. They kill, they terrorize people. That's what they do, and that's what you're protecting. That's who you are serving right now by refusing to name them and by refusing to prosecute them. So I'm here to continue to demand justice for Yolanda Ramirez and to demand justice for all stolen lives. Shame on all of you.
I have no additional speaker cards.
Thank you. I'm going to be moving informational reports to the end of the agenda, and we are now moving into consent. The proclamations for items F2, F3, F4, and F5 will be presented after the vote. Do we have a motion to vote on the remaining items?
Motion to accept consent calendar. Second. Any items are pulled. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so moving into item F2, we're going to present to Ree Sati, the Senior Community Library Manager with the Brentwood Library. Thank you for joining us. This certificate is being presented to Ree Sati, Senior Community Library Manager. Whereas libraries spark creativity, fuel imagination, and inspire lifelong learning, offering a space where individuals of all ages can find joy through exploration and discovery. And whereas libraries provide free and equitable access to books, digital tools, and innovative programming, ensuring that all individuals, regardless of background, have the support they need to learn, connect, and thrive. And whereas libraries partner with schools, businesses, and organizations to maximize resources, increase efficiency, and expand access to essential services, strengthening the entire community. And whereas libraries protect the right to read, think, and explore without censorship, standing as champions of intellectual freedom and free expression. And whereas dedicated librarians and library workers provide welcoming spaces that inspire discovery, collaboration, and creativity for all. Whereas libraries, librarians, and library workers across the country are joining together to celebrate National Library Week under the theme, Find Your Joy. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood hereby recognizes April 19th through 25, 2026 as National Library Week. Would you like to say anything? Next, we are going to recognize National Volunteer Week. I'd like to ask all of our commissioners to come forward. So we have commissioners from our Arts and Parks and Rec and Planning Commission and Youth. Are there youth left or did they leave? Yes, here you are. Thank you. Okay. You can all come up. And this certificate, this recognition for our commissioners is because they all put in a lot of extra work, a lot of extra hours with research and prep and driving around the city and looking at things and just being aware to connect with residents and hear what their thoughts are and listen to feedback. So everything you're doing is very much appreciated by city staff and city council. And so we wanted to recognize you for National Volunteer Week. Whereas National Volunteer Week honors those who step forward to serve others, often without recognition, yet with lasting impact. And whereas research has shown that service to others leads to greater civic participation and alignment between action and values, whereas volunteers in Brentwood show up where it matters, tutoring students, supporting families in need, caring for parks and open spaces, assisting at community events, serving on boards and commissions, and so much more. Whereas the City of Brentwood recognizes that volunteering improves the quality of life, increases community participation, and fosters a strong sense of civic pride, and volunteers are vital to the city's future as a desirable, caring, and effective community. And whereas National Volunteer Week is more than a 50-year tradition established in 1974 by President Richard Nixon that designates a special time to recognize and celebrate the contributions of volunteers. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood hereby recognizes April 19th through 25th, 2026 as National Volunteer Week. Thank you for your service. We do have a certificate for everyone. Does anyone want to speak?
On behalf of the Arts Commission, I accept this recognition. Thank you very much. And I am so proud of this city. We have been living here only 5 years. We have lived all throughout Southern California, but this is this city. I love it, and I am very happy to be part of it and be able to collaborate in beautifying our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
As a part of our Brentwood Youth Council, I have really enjoyed all of the events that we've hosted and the
events that I've seen bring families and communities together, bring families closer together, and give youth the third space and the spaces they need to grow and have fun and really enjoy Brentwood as a community they want to grow up in. What the city has given to me as a commissioner and what I hope it continues to do even after my tenure is to continue to prioritize kids and their events and really think about how we can change the lives of our youth today. So.
Yeah, thanks for putting this on. I mean, I guess technically we get paid a little bit, but you know, yeah, the work itself. I like to say that volunteering is like a great example of how we can put our best foot forward in the community, and the combined effect of volunteering and service just really adds. It's greater than the sum of its parts. And one of the things that I always come back to is this quote that it's the sign of a great community is one that old men plant trees that they'll never know the shade of. And yeah, I love the fact that we can give back in any way that we can. Thanks.
Item F4 is to recognize Earth Day, and we're actually going to present to John Carlson, Solid Waste and Recycling Manager and retiree. You ready?
Yes.
Okay. This is being presented to John Carlson, Solid Waste Manager, and again, retiree. Whereas the theme for Earth Day 2026, Our Power, Our Planet, recognizes the meaningful environmental progress is driven by the collective actions of individuals, communities, and institutions. And whereas the City of Brentwood is committed to protecting natural resources, promoting sustainability, and enhancing the quality of life for its residents through responsible environmental stewardship, whereas clean air, safe water, sustainable energy, and resilient ecosystems are essential to public health, economic vitality, and the well-being of current and future generations, and whereas communities worldwide are called to take action through education, conservation, and civic engagement to protect and preserve our shared environment, and whereas small, consistent actions, when multiplied across communities, can create lasting and transformative environmental change, now, therefore, it be proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood hereby recognizes April 22, 2026 as Earth Day. Would you like to speak this time?
Well, thank you very much. I couldn't have said it better. On behalf of the Public Works Department and the Solid Waste Division, I'd like to thank Council for this honor and recognition. And every step we take towards waste reduction and resource conservation is a shared effort on part of our whole division. And with programs including neighborhood cleanup, compost giveaways, and meeting and beating all state recycling mandates. I'm grateful to be part of a team and a community that takes Earth Day's message to heart every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. The final proclamation is for Arbor Day and goes to Erin Wanden, Parks Manager. Ready? Okay. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees, and whereas this holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees, and whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world, and whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling cost, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce life-giving oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource giving us paper, wood for our homes, and fuel for our fires. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community. And whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. And whereas the city of Brentwood will celebrate Arbor Day on Friday, April 24th, 2026, from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. at the Marsh Creek staging area to plant trees, now therefore it be proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood hereby recognizes April 24, 2026 as Arbor Day. Congratulations.
If I may, and thank you, Mayor and Council. By receiving this proclamation, the City of Brentwood continues to be a Tree City USA. I believe this is our 16th or 17th year, so it's a big honor, and obviously the city shows it with the trees we do have. You stole my thunder with the the advertisement, but I will say on behalf of the Park and Rec Commission and the 2 ad hoc members, which I was trying to get them to stay because it happened to be our 2 new members, Commissioners Trudy Curto and Catherine Velasco, on their behalf, along with Project Services Specialist Elaine McGurk and Park Maintenance Supervisor Jason Cole, we thank you and would like to announce this year's event will take place at the Marsh Creek staging area on Friday, April 24th from 3 to 5 p.m. We hope to see you there.
Where is Marsh Creek Staging?
That is on Central, just past Griffith. It's the best I can do.
All right, that's good enough. Thank you. Congratulations. There you go. Okay, moving into business items. Erin Wanden, Parks Manager, will present the next item regarding a notice of completion for the Stonehaven Park Playground Replacement CIP project.
Thank you, Sid, and thank you, Mayor and Council, once again. The item before you now is the Stonehaven Park Playground Replacement Project. The Stonehaven Park Playground, along with Heron Park Playgrounds, were both approved playground replacements for fiscal year 25-26. Obviously, Stonehaven has been complete. That's why we're here tonight, and Heron Park is being constructed as we speak. The annual playground replacement list goes to the Park and Recreation Commission every February, where the commission reviews the list presented by staff and decides on the upcoming year's playgrounds to be replaced. At this meeting, that's when the ad hocs are formed to start working on these playground replacements. The ad hoc committee for Stonehaven was able to review proposals from 3 separate vendors and eventually settled with Park Planet. The Park and Recreation Commission approved the final conceptual plan for Stonehaven on August 28th, 2025, to which it then went to the City Council for contract award to Park Planet, and that was October 28th, 2025. The project has since been completed in accordance with the approved plans on March 2nd, 2026. The scope of work, Stonehaven was originally constructed in 2004, so it's well past its 20-plus years of a projected lifespan for this type of structure. The original design, which you'll see on the last slide, did not have much of a theme, so the ad hoc had quite a bit to work with as far as coming up with the design. So working with the ad hoc, the staff assigned to the project, and the vendor Park Planet, they were able to come up with this castle-themed play structure that added 2 slides and various climbing amenities. In addition, and in accordance with the department's shade program and all-inclusive play direction, new swings were installed, including the all-ability swing, which is that yellow and red swing that you see, along with the large overhead shade structure for the project. Schedule and budget, the award of contract, as I had mentioned, went to Park Planet on October 25th, 2025, at which time the Parks Division was able to start the demoing of the project, which I might add, the Parks Division started doing the demos on these projects roughly 5 to 6 years ago and started saving quite a bit of money, as you can imagine what demoing of these projects cost. So to the mayor's comment from earlier, another way of staff being able to utilize that money to put back into the project. So staff demoed the project by December 18th. They started installation and completion on that March 2nd, 2026 date. Final cost for the project was just over $253,000, which was a savings and came in under budget from the projected approved budget of $278,000, including the contingency. This project was funded by the Parks and LLAD Replacement Fund. So upon approval tonight, the city clerk can then file the notice of completion with the county for this project. The last slide here shows you the before, which, as I mentioned, not much of a theme, just a couple of bucket swings with no shade, an old wearing out rubberized with a small climbing structure and 2 very small slides. So then, as you can see on the right, the after is a much larger, much more colorful and beautified castle-themed feature with the wonderful shade that we were able to install over the top of the swings, which is an ADA swing as well as the bucket swing for little ones. That's my presentation, and I'm here for question and answers.
Thank you, Aaron. Any questions? I have one. Actually, it is, could you break down how much of the total cost was the shade? Back to that discussion item.
I do not have that total in front of me, but that typical size structure is between $12,000 and $15,000.
Great, thank you. Okay, no questions. We can move into public comments on this item.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. I have one speaker in person. Tracy?
So I want to thank you for this park. I have to tell you, no kid went to the old park. There wasn't hardly any children going there. And just as a matter of fact, while I was driving here today, there's a bunch of kids over there playing. It was cute, and I'm going to take my grandchildren there. The only thing that I worry about is the slides. You have cover, but the slides get so hot, it's hard, they just can't use them. And when the sun is beating down, and I always thought like maybe if they were put in a different position where the sun wasn't hitting, I don't know if that's possible, but I commend you for that little park. And I'm sure the kids do. They definitely appreciate it. So thank you.
Danny?
Thank you, Amanda. And great work, great job. The reason I'm up here is I know it took a few dollars to do that. My park, King Park, also has a multi-purpose kid area. It's really exposed, and it's been there, I don't know, 23 years, 24. Not recommending, hey, go ahead and tear it down and, rebuild, but hopefully consideration for a retrofit can be added. I'm sure it'd be less expensive than tearing it down and building it back up. The dog park is great. There are all kinds of shade there. But just a suggestion, a recommendation. I don't know what that process is regarding, how to move forward on it. But I'm a frequent visitor of that park, and yes, I can attest to those slides personally. Ace and Nova love it, but boy, yeah, they can get hot. So, but I want to congratulate you for, excellent work.
Oksana?
Hi, staff, city members, and Madam Mayor. Just wanted to say a huge thank you for all the parks that you guys revamp and do. I have 4 little ones, 11 and under, and this is like my absolute favorite thing. I echo the sentiment of more coverage and shade. Brentwood does get extremely hot. I appreciate that question because I always wonder, like, how much does it cost to put more shade in our parks? The plastic slides do get hot, but we came from Uruguay visiting my in-laws this summer. It's their summer because they're south of the equator, and they're all metal slides there, and they have absolutely no shade. So I am thankful for the plastic ones here because at least my kids can go down them. And then also there was a list recently, I picked up our paper, and Brentwood parks versus like Antioch parks. And I was just blown away. I knew we had a lot of great parks, but I was just blown away by how many more parks we had per like square miles per community. So just absolutely thank you for everything that you guys do for the families, the little ones, and one of the things I love about Brentwood. So thank you.
I have no additional speakers.
Thank you, Amanda. Moving into council discussion.
I think, I love this. Thank you, Erin, for all of your hard work, and Harith and all Parks and Rec. I love the themes. If Karen Rary were here, she would be very, very happy because she was a big theme girl. But I love the themes. I think it's great for kids' imagination that they can go to different parks and just do different kind of play. So thank you so much. And thank you for coming in under budget too.
I just wanted to thank you for all of yours and your department's hard work on this. Thank you.
Thank you guys for everything you guys do, putting the parks together, keeping them safe for everyone. And important to mention today being Arbor Day. Go over to Creekside Park, and a lot of that is shaded by natural trees. There are a lot of new parks that have some trees in it that will be growing. We will be adding shade, but we won't be doing it. The trees will. But thank you guys for everything you do.
The sentiment of the council, thank you. And I just wanted to go back and say, Aaron tried to run off, but I couldn't think of a better person to receive the award. He is a chief arborist. If anyone doesn't know anything about Aaron, he knows everything one needs to know about trees. And your performance and how you present. I just like to give employees roses when we can. Speaking of flowers, trees. So thank you, Aaron, for an amazing report. Thank you for upgrading our parks. They look, every time you all go in and do it, you do it fast, efficient, and they look amazing. So I just want to publicly thank you for everything and thank all the staff that you supervise, because they do an amazing job as well.
And I will close by saying I wish the Parks and Rec commissioners were still here to hear all of this. Maybe they're watching from home. But to say thank you to all of them for their hard work. Thank you to both of you and the rest of the Parks and Rec team. It is very exciting to see movement like this and to see improvements like this in the city. It means a lot to a lot of families. So thank you so much for that. And with that, we'll take a motion.
I'll make it. As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution accepting the work performed by Park Planet for Stonehaven Park Playground replacement.
And I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And no opposition. Thank you very much again. Item G2, Sylvia Elias, Housing Program Manager, will present the next item regarding the city's affordable housing program.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Tonight's staff will be providing the City Council with requested information relating to the city's affordable housing program. The purpose of the city's affordable housing program is to enhance the public welfare and ensure that further housing development contributes to the attainment of the city's housing goals as described in the housing element of the general plan by creating, preserving, maintaining, and protecting housing affordable for households of very low, and moderate income, and to ensure that the remaining developable land in the city's planning area is utilized in a manner consistent with the city's housing policies and needs. The Affordable Housing Program is a living program, which would be amended from time to time to adhere to the ever-changing market conditions and state and federal housing mandates, while addressing Brentwood's community needs for affordable housing opportunities, providing decent, sanitary, and safe housing to Brentwood residents and all eligible participants. The city's affordable housing program includes the Affordable Housing Purchase Program, GAP Loan Program, a down payment assistance for affordable housing program buyers, and the Affordable Rental Program. Initial eligibility for the city's purchase and rental programs is determined by household size and annual income. Final approval is subject to additional underwriting criteria, including credit checks, financial history, and background screening. Since its inception in 2003, the Affordable Housing Program has been updated to align with current economic conditions and housing laws. The latest update, Ordinance Number 1091, was adopted by the City Council on January 13, 2026, and now mandates an increased affordability requirement at 18%. The ordinance pertains to developments of 9 or more units. The current ordinance allows for the building of units to be sold to eligible households, the dedication of units into the city's affordable rental program, dedication of land for future affordable housing, or the payment of lieu fees for small developments consisting of 5 to 8 dwelling units. Currently, the city's program consists of a total of 106 affordable units, 84 owner-occupied units sold to income-qualifying families, 35 GAP loans were provided to aid the buyer in the purchase of their first home, 22 affordable rentals are made available to income-qualifying households. Rental units were dedicated for developers into the city's affordable rental program in turnkey condition. Units include landscaping of front and backyards, and all appliances, including refrigerator and clothes washer dryer. At the December 9th, 2025 City Council meeting, A future item request was made from Vice Mayor Pearson and Councilmember Mendoza, requesting the City Council to consider, discuss, and review the goals of the Affordable Housing Program, the process of buyer notification and selection, and a potential update of the municipal code specific to the Affordable Housing Program. The city manager requested that staff bring forth the requested information in two parts. One, provide an information report to the City Council regarding the administration, qualifications, selection processes for the city's affordable housing wait list. Two, provide an information report regarding the review of Municipal Code Section 17.725, the Affordable Housing Program, as it pertains to equity, accessibility, anti-discrimination, and specific populations such as seniors, disabled persons, veterans, teachers, and first responders at a future meeting. Staff would like to continue the presentation with Part 1, an information report to the City Council regarding the administration, qualifications, and selection process for the city's affordable housing programs waitlist. Eligible households can realize their dream of homeownership by purchasing an affordable home in the city's program. Applicants apply to one of three income qualifying wait lists: very low income, or moderate income. Once a unit is available for sale, a lottery is held among income-specific applicants to determine the purchaser. For example, an applicant will be selected from the very low income wait list for a very low income unit that is available for purchase. Wait lists are separated into three income categories: very low, low, and moderate income, which results in a more efficient and streamlined selection process. Affordable units may be new construction or resale home previously purchased in the program by an eligible buyer. The selected applicant will meet with housing staff to review the guidelines of the program and information regarding the available home for purchase. Applicants continuing the process will meet with city-trained preferred lenders to obtain a mortgage loan and re-verify income eligibility. Mortgage approval relies on a standard underwriting process where credit history, income, and financial records determine eligibility. During the lending process, applicants are also required to take a first-time homebuyer online course and provide a certificate of completion. The affordable units are deed restricted for 45 years via an agreement between the city and the buyer, which is approved by the city prior to close of escrow. Applicants that cannot obtain a mortgage will be given the option to return to the wait list and work with a lender-approved credit counselor. Applicants may also continue to work with the preferred lender to get a better understanding of what is needed to correct credit or other financial issues and prepare for future home buying opportunities. Applicants may also reapply with updated information when the waitlist opens. Waitlists open every 2 years to adjust for updated state and federal income requirements. During the open period, new applications are accepted, and remaining applicants may update their information and reapply to appropriate lists. Waitlist applications are made available for a period of 30 days on the city's website and at City Hall. The waitlist opening is advertised on the city's website, social media, and remaining applicants on the waitlist will receive an instructional letter with an application to reapply with updated information. It is anticipated the next 2 to 10 years, approximately 144 affordable units will be built, 67 for sale, 77 multifamily/apartments are pending approval. Shown here are affordable incomes guidelines through June 30th, 2026. Affordable income and sale prices are updated annually and posted on the city's website each July 1st. Very low, low, and moderate income shown are minimum to maximum incomes by household size. Affordable incomes and sale prices are based on annual information obtained from the State Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, and the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD. Currently available to affordable program buyers is the GAP program. The GAP is a deferred payment, down payment assistance, providing up to $35,000 to help buyers bridge the affordability gap. The loan may be used for down payment assistance and/or closing costs. The 30-year deferred loan collects simple interest at 3% throughout the entirety of the term and may be paid off early without penalty. Paid-off GAP loans will be recycled for future affordable buyers. Buyers requiring the GAP will apply through the preferred lender. The lender will determine how much in GAP funds a buyer will require to help pay for closing costs and/or help reduce their monthly mortgage. A request may be less than the maximum $35,000. The loan is underwritten by housing staff. Approved GAP funds will be sent directly to the title company prior to close of escrow, along with the city's deed restriction agreement, which is also sent to title for recordation. The GAP program has been assisting affordable home buyers since 2005. $100,000 is budgeted for the GAP fund each fiscal year to provide loans to future affordable home buyers. In the past, in lieu fees funded the program, and that funding source is projected to run out in approximately 5 years. Future funding for the GAP program and administration of other housing programs will come from the general fund at an approximate cost of $675,000 per fiscal year. And here's a recap of the Affordable Housing Purchase Program process. Qualified applicants, very low and moderate income households can apply for city-owned move-in ready rentals units through the city's contracted property manager. The Affordable Rental Program's application process requires a standard tenant screening, which includes a credit and background check conducted by the property manager. Leases are on a month-to-month basis. This allows greater flexibility for the tenant to end a lease prior to a year without penalty. Currently, there are 22 rental units in the city's program. The last unit dedicated into the city's rental program was in 2015. Due to the limited amount of rental units in the city's program, interested applicants may be subject to a short wait list. The rental program is currently 100% occupied. The property manager may share details regarding other rentals within their private management to interested households seeking immediate housing. Future privately developed multifamily rentals will be incorporated into the city's affordable housing program under existing income and program guidelines. Housing staff will partner with third-party managers to monitor compliance, ensuring proper leasing to eligible households. These multifamily projects are currently pending approval. And here's a recap of the affordable rental program process. The program has administrative guidelines that were adopted in January 2006 and have only been minimally updated since. Therefore, staff initiated an update of the guidelines mid-2025 with several goals in mind as described here. Based on the City Council's future agenda item request of December 9th, this project is on hold in the event Council provides direction that impacts the administrative guidelines for the program. Ideally, the updated administrative guidelines would be completed by the end of 2026. This concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. Any questions?
Yeah, I have quite a few questions. Thank you, Sylvia, for that report. I appreciate you all bringing this back as soon as you did, and it was very thorough. I do have quite a few questions. So one is that when someone, according to the agenda item at page number, on G2, I believe it's page 10, you showed the purchase program process. And it says that if someone is not applicable, if they do not qualify to obtain a mortgage loan, then they have the option of returning to the applicable wait list. But I think one of the questions when Councilmember Mendoza and I brought back was, it says applicable wait list. Would that go back to the wait list they previous were on, or the one that they now qualify or potentially qualify for?
The way that it is structured right now is that they would go back to the wait list that they had applied for. Applicants that have been selected have temporarily, their income had changed temporarily according to the applicant and agreed to go back on the wait list that they had applied for.
Because I think one thing that becomes problematic, and Councilmember Mendoza, if you want to cut in a little bit on this one, and I'll leave a little bit for discussion, but I guess one part of my question is, if they qualify for very low, right? And then now they got a job and now they qualify for low. Then they'll just keep going onto a list that they'll never qualify for the actual unit that they are now qualified for unless they lose their job or their income decreases. Is there, I know you all shifted from a single list approach to the 3 list approach, but is there any way to resolve this issue?
Well, what the applicants can do is definitely reapply when the wait list opens. What we found initially, there was one list, and several applications or applicants were selected from that one list, save for a moderate income unit was available. And we had selected 2 very low income and the moderate income applicant. The 2 very low income applicants were told that they didn't qualify to purchase the available moderate income home. So therefore, they were having to wait until a home in their income range was available. So this caused several issues in regards to they felt that they were being, not cheated, but it was unfair that they had to wait. They felt that, they had gone forward and already locked into a loan and they would lose the locks. And there was just, the primary issue was the waiting for the next home that would be in their income range. So that's why we went ahead and decided to go ahead and do the 3 separate. And with the 3 separate, very low, low, and moderate income wait lists being separated like that, it gave a more realistic and understanding to the applicant of what they were applying for.
And just to add on that, we completely understand your concern and the buyer's concern. We have right now 444 people on our lists, and sometimes we only have 2 units a year, 1 or none. And the way our program works, because it is relatively small compared to other jurisdictions, let's say we have 4 units in 1 year, we already know when those units are available, what income category they are, right? Because of the affordable housing agreements and the approvals of the project. So a moderate unit will come up. And so the reason we have separated lists is so we don't inadvertently pull the name of a low-income buyer who cannot qualify for that unit because of their income. And so the units come first, and then we pick the buyers. And so if someone didn't happen to qualify for that loan for other reasons, it's often not their income necessarily, it's their credit scores, they didn't pay their taxes, or they had unverifiable income or on the lender side, right, when they're qualifying for a loan. They may still be a moderate income, for example, in that scenario, but not meet the underwriting requirements. They can go back on the moderate income list. If they did have an income change, someone lost a job and they went from moderate to low, we can put them on the low list, but they're still a lottery. They don't get first right of refusal when a low income unit comes up. When it happens. So a lot of our buyers have concerns with that. Well, I was in the process, you pulled my name, can I get the next house? And we have a system, it's not necessarily perfect for everyone involved. It may seem unfair to the person whose name was pulled. It may also seem unfair to the person who's waiting for their name to be randomly called, that someone else gets the first right of refusal before that, so it's an art, not a science, and we're trying to balance being fair to everyone who's on the list and not disappointing more people than we need to necessarily by pulling names and saying, oh, never mind, this house isn't for you. So I understand your concern, and we can certainly move people around on the lists, but there's still no guarantee that they get a unit after that because our program is so small.
Yeah, and I don't think that's the question. The question is, if I was very low and I'm no longer very low, but I'm low, or I qualify at a different one, can I now, instead of going back to very low, can I go to the low list instead of the very low?
Yes.
Then the other question to one of your points that you made about by the time they're called, they may not qualify because of credit scores or other items. Is it a possibility that we can send off, because we know when a unit is coming without an exact date, but we may know that in like 2 or 3 months a unit is coming. Can we send out notifications to everyone on the list that a unit will be coming up soon? Like when the units do come up, that way it gives them a head. Here are some fun FYI tips, credit score boosting, making sure these are the things we look for, or on a regular, like an annual basis, giving that type of information. Because if you've been sitting on a list for 2, 3, 4 years, if you had the advance notice as if you were just going up to purchase your home in 4 or 5 months, one may do something to try to get themselves income qualified so that they can be prepared. It's not a guarantee, but is it a possibility to do something like that?
Absolutely. I mean, I think we could do quarterly contacts with our list, credit tips or credit counseling numbers or contacts that they can pursue. It was on Sylvia's last slide, and it's in the staff report, is one of the things Sylvia and I are trying to figure out how to implement is having people do credit counseling and home buyer classes before they are qualified to go on our list. So right now that takes place later in the process. And because our program is geared towards first-time home buyers, there's a lot of, it's just new and overwhelming for a lot of folks. And so to try and help avoid, there's no guarantee, but avoid someone's name being pulled and then they figure out, oh, well, I have bad credit or I could have done X, Y, or Z and now I can't get this loan because of that. Maybe we can require them to go through that before they place themselves on our list, right? So we're trying to figure out how we can get some verification that someone does that in order to be put on our wait list.
And there are other cities that do that. And that was going to be my next question onto the homebuyer education requirement. Have we ever considered partnering with other organizations? For example, in Alameda County, there's organizations like Echo Housing that provides the first-time homebuyer education program that certifies the applicant before they even can apply for the program. Have we partnered with organizations? Because there are organizations similar in Contra Costa County.
We had previously worked with Pacific Community Services, who before COVID, were giving first-time homebuyer classes in person.
Okay.
What the applicants do when they continue the process and go through the lender will take an online course. They're required to take the online course and provide a certificate before close of escrow.
Okay. And then also, I was looking at, so I'm all about equity and creating opportunities for all people. I know we provide the application in Spanish. Do we provide it or have we done any assessment at an employee, has our staff been encouraged to assess whether additional languages are warranted based on our community's demographic?
We haven't necessarily been encouraged. We've discussed that internally. So I actually have some information here I can share, or do you want to wait till discussion for that? Or
no, if you can share it now, that'd be great.
Would you mind sharing my screen? Sorry. So we've had that discussion internally, and sort of the best practice for translation services is sort of your top 3 most frequent languages in your community. That's sort of, since you can't reach everybody in every language, particularly in bigger cities than ours. So for us, the third language we've kind of struggled with what that would be. This is census data that you're looking at. And so the clear top two are Spanish and English. And then we've struggled with what that third language might be. We don't want to exclude anyone. We could do 3, 4, or 5 languages. But identifying what those are, we didn't want to be exclusive of anybody, but we're not quite sure what the most predominant, 3rd, 4th, or 5th language would be. So we have had those conversations, and if, we can certainly continue to pursue what those most frequent languages might be. It's just not clear from census data the specific languages that would be helpful in our community other than Spanish. But we've already had those conversations. We have looked into translation services, so there'll be some cost to that we have to cost out for the written materials and the website. And there are services where we can contract where they can do phone translation over the phone if people come to us and have meetings with us. But no, so we haven't solidified what those 3rd or 4th languages would be.
And I have 2 more questions. I'm sorry. This was one of the ones we brought together. So this one's one I really care. I care about everything, but this one deeply. Will the GAP loan be adequate to meet the demand of the 67 new affordable units coming in the pipeline?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that
The
question?
gap loan, the up to 35,000 at 3% deferred interest, will that be adequate to meet the demand of the 67 new units that we have coming down the pipeline?
Yes, so far the GAP loan has helped quite a few families. 35 families go ahead and realize their dream of homeownership. And we hope to continue. It is a first come, first served. So, but we will continue to go ahead and budget 100,000 each year.
Okay. And then also, I know that in the report, it indicated that we make the opening announcements through social media and on the websites. Do we ever work with any type of partnerships with local organizations to do outreach in other locations, like community organizations, school district, faith-based organizations, or other social service organizations?
Actually, yes. I am in contact with Echo Housing. The county also, I have a contact person there, and there are different, I'm sorry, I can't remember all of the organizations that I speak to, but yearly, I'll go ahead and get contacted, and just so they get an update of our housing programs and let them know that we still have them.
Do we have the applications with them, so that, because I know it said in person or online, but do we make the application available through those third-party organizations for people who can't access it online or make it to this?
No, but we can.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the last question was, I know that it said that the maintenance of this administration in a few years will come out of the general fund, because we are, in light of the reduction of the in lieu fees, which I'm grateful for. Is there any way that we can figure out how to have developers pay for the administration of this program?
Pay for it in a different way other than through the in lieu fees and going back into the program. I think it's possible. There are there's many laws related to fees related to affordable housing. And I think the city attorney provided an analysis of that. So I think it's possible. We would have to look at what the return on that would be. I don't know that it would cover 100% of our administrative costs, for example, because we would have to do some more research. We would likely have to do a fee study to analyze and just to support the need for that fee, and what it would end up being would be determined by that study.
Okay,
Could that be part of, if we're looking at fees, could that be part of a whole nexus study of like, do we need to relook at our fees overall and just include that?
Yes, I think it could, if you're looking at other city fees as well.
Yeah, when was the last time we looked at our developer fees? When was the last time we updated those?
Well, so there's different fees. So community development did our building permit and all those fees, building permit fees, plan check fees about 2 years ago. Council adopted those fees. In terms of development impact fees, I'm not sure. I think that's a question for Carrie, perhaps, or Alan.
Yes, good evening. The development impact fees are generally updated about every 4 or 5 years. We talked about doing that in this next budget cycle. In fact, we included, you haven't seen it yet, you haven't seen the next budget cycle, but when it comes to, you'll see there's an allocation in there for us to update our fee study. We do increase it by a CPI, but we need to do a real update to see what has changed in the city over the last 5 years. So that's coming to you soon.
Thank you. That's all my questions. Thank you for your patience, Council.
Yes, go ahead.
I have one question as a matter to the 3 lists that are picked through a lottery system. What is the benefit of that versus actually having a true list where people are actually being chosen based on the date that they're signing up? It seems a little bit unfair if someone comes at the end and then gets it before someone that's been on it for like 2 years.
So the question is why do we do lottery? The lottery seemed to be the fairest way to go ahead and select people off the list. When it wasn't clear, when the program first started and we started accepting applications, that the selection was going to be by lottery, we had over 200 people waiting overnight for applications at City Park. So since we made it clear that it is a lottery, we don't have that. People can go ahead and take the 30 days to come in during working hours or mail in their application before the deadline date.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. And then just to add on that, again, our program being relatively small, we get the type of affordable unit first, and then that guides who we go to see if they're qualified. So the first come, first serve doesn't really work as well in a smaller model when you may have 2 units available, and if the first person on the list isn't qualified, it's not really meaningful to have that first come, first serve nature of the list.
Got it. So basically, the lottery is being picked from the individual list. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I have one question remaining after all the thorough discussion that we've had so far, and that is, there was a kind of a clear line in the sand in my memory when we, a few years ago, cut out in lieu fees. And I'm curious if you have any sense of, prior to that moment, the annual production of affordable housing units versus following that line in the sand.
No, because the program, for want of a better word, was stagnant for a number of years because it was at 2%, right? So it was very, very low. And just since I've started at the city in the last 5 years, it's gone from 10%, 13% to 18%. We're just now seeing the projects that were approved under the 10 and 13 start to be built, right? And so the in lieu fees, it's not like we were getting $1.5 million of in lieu fees every year and then we stopped that and now we're getting units, right? So we had a very stagnant program for a number of years. The in lieu fees were available, but it was only 2% obligation, and a lot of projects just weren't moving forward, right? And so I think it would be hard to make that comparison. So I wouldn't say since you've got rid of in lieu fees that there has been a decrease in production of affordable housing or anything. It's gone up because of the requirements going up, and we're getting more development projects subject to these ordinances. So it's difficult, and so the program has been very small for a number of years, and now it's very exciting for Sylvia and I are kind of excited because now we're going to be having, maybe 10 units a year or 20 units a year once these projects come on. We haven't had that in a long time. So that's 10 to 20 families that Sylvia is giving keys to a house to versus one every 2 years. So there's a lot that's going to change in our program going forward. If there are apartment projects approved, that's going to be a whole new territory for this. So it's an exciting time, and the volume is going to pick up because of the council's, ticking it up from 10 to 13 to 18. So I don't know that you can compare the older version of the program very well to where we are today and where we will be going forward, if that answers your question.
Absolutely does. And I have to say that in the past, we've had Sylvia coming forward with reports, and it's been just a very exciting, heartwarming, just wonderful to hear about the families. So hopefully we'll continue to have that happen. Thank you both. If there are no more questions, I'm going to go into public comments. Thank you.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We do have one speaker card and 2 speaker cards. Tracy first, followed by Danny.
At a board meeting today, the county board meeting, they were talking about housing and taxes and how, we need all these taxes to pay for housing. But my question is, and I know you probably talked about this or thought about it, but why are we not going after the landlords who are charging this high rent that people can't afford, which then results in people needing government assistance? For the people who are fortunate enough, I know they worked hard and saved their money, and I get it, but I just don't understand why there can't be some sort of cap. It doesn't have to be every year, like maybe don't raise your rent for 2 years. And the only reason why I bring this up is because the house next to me has a landlord, and she was determined to raise her rent each year the 10% because that's all she could do. She did it, and they kept a clean house. They had a nice yard, nice family, and she just kept raising over the years. And then finally the people, my friends actually, were like, we can't afford this anymore. So they left. Family, 3 kids, 2 dogs. They had to go live with their folks. And it just made me ill, because what she then did is posted the house up for rent. She tried to get more than what she even got from my friends. And apparently it was so high, nobody wanted it. So she had to drop it back down to what it was that ran out the first family. But it just to me, it just seems greed. Like, it doesn't take, $3,000 or $4,000 a month to maintain a home. The home's paid off. Like, property taxes were based on whenever. It's just greed. And I think that's contributing a lot to our housing issues. And then people can't afford houses, and then they can't afford health insurance. And then the government's like, oh, well, let's help you. But why don't we try to get somebody who we can control, who's benefiting from all this suffering? So I don't know. That's just my thought.
Danny?
Thank you for the information. The reason I'm up here is I have a friend who is on the list. And so, of course, because she knows I come here, she figured I had all the answers, and I don't have a clue. So when you spoke about lottery, I don't know if you can elaborate on that or not, because I bought my home through a lottery, but it was a specific house. And I knew, odds on me getting it were whatever, and I got lucky. I'm not quite sure, and that's why my friend was asking me this, if a home comes up and it's something that she was not looking to have, is it you lose your place in line? Too bad, so sad, it's this or nothing? Or, is it a lottery, like I said, with my house, where I got lucky, I got picked. And I had a couple other houses that I had my hat in the ring for. So she needs clarity on that. I think, where did I write it? Can we come up with, again, going with the lottery? I think this might address the vice mayor's concerns and Jovita's concerns. If it were maybe a better, clear understanding of the lottery. And what I mean by clarity is, to the vice mayor's point, if someone has a change in their income status, that they are not put from one lottery to another, that there is some type of conversation, I guess is the verb I'm looking for, because she has no clue. She just knows that she's on the list. She made the list. And I'm sure that other candidates are in that same boat. And the rental, I hadn't thought of till just now when it was brought up. Who are the landlords in this? And are they under the same, or are there any additional constraints given the renter status of below levels and whatnot? As the young lady said, there are landlords who, aggressively try to get people out. So if there are answers to that question, that'd be great. Thank you.
I have no additional speaker cards, and I have no hands raised.
Thank you, Amanda. Sylvia and Alexis, I was actually going to ask you to answer the question from Tracy. She's not here. Maybe she'll watch after. Can you speak a little bit about rent caps and controls?
Yeah, so the city of Brentwood doesn't have any rent control regulations or ordinances. That's completely separate than the program we're discussing tonight because this program is strictly driven by production of housing in the city. It's a requirement put on new development. Rent control, rent caps are possible. It would be a legislative act by the council. It would be a pretty big undertaking to come up with new policies and public hearings and community input. So it is possible. Other cities have them. Other cities don't. There's no one way to do it, but it has been done. It's a lot of work and it's a big undertaking to do it properly.
Thank you. And are there, and some of this I'm already aware of, I'm just wanting it out here so that if she watches later, she can find out. But is there any legislation that protects a renter from a huge rent hike on an annual basis?
There is state law that deals with exactly what you described, going from, a 5% increase to a 20% increase in your rent. I can't rattle off the legislation off the top of my head, but there are state laws that help renters in that way, but there are cities who have lower caps and have enacted things that are more restrictive than state legislation. But yeah, there are a number of state laws that are, how successful they are up to debate, but are meant to protect from unlawful evictions, usurious rent increases, and that sort of thing.
Thank you. I know there was a huge problem at Oakley, Carroll Lane, where a lot of seniors are getting pushed out because the rent hikes were so continuous and egregious, and so they ended up having no place to live. And then the last thing is if someone could give contact information to Danny for his friend to call and ask questions, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Council discussion.
Thank you so much for this. You guys know this is, I think, one of the first things that I worked on when I got on council. So I love the affordable housing program. The one thing I want to figure out how to tweak when people change their buckets, right? You have the very low, the low, and the medium. And I get it, like each one has it, and then you pick the lottery to see who gets it. And my question is, so no matter what way you do it, someone's going to be upset about how it's done. I think for me, the heartbreaking thing is when I saw those stories online about people who have gotten picked and then they either are making, like the one that posted originally went from moderate to low. So she went down. And someone else responded, that happened to me, and I went up one. So I'm wondering if we can adjust the program, that if I picked you on, like you pick me and I'm in moderate, but when you go through my paperwork, I'm now low. So maybe in this round, I don't get a house because you've already allocated all the houses, but I'm first in line for the low because I've already been picked in a lottery, but I shifted because it's been 2 years or 3 years or whatever it's been. Is there a possibility to make, you already got picked in a lottery, can we move you to the other one and you're first in line for the next batch of homes in that tier?
Yeah, I think that is certainly possible. I think, not to be cynical, I would want to be careful that someone doesn't knowingly give us information that maybe isn't the most up-to-date or accurate, knowing that, well, it's okay because then I'll be the first the next time.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that will happen. And like you said, someone's going to be upset no matter how we do this. But I could foresee a situation where maybe people aren't as careful with giving us the right information about their incomes and their household sizes, knowing that, well, if I don't get this one, it's okay, I'll get the next one. Mm-hmm. So again, there's no right or wrong or one way to do this. That may never happen. The one thing randomness makes me feel comfortable about is it's truly random. There's no favoritism. There's no random, there's no stratified selection. But if that's the direction the council wants to go, we can certainly do that.
I feel like it's random in its genesis, right? It was a lottery. You picked it. It was random. And it just moved. And then what if like you picked me and then the next year the state, you know how the state changes every year, the state changes by a little bit. So then it's not even my fault. It's like, it could be just the matrix. So I feel bad for those people, like in hearing those stories. And if there's a way to help them, because, you know, it's just like they go through everything. They do all of your paperwork. They go through the whole thing. And then it's like, wait.
Yeah, it's absolutely disappointing for folks, for whatever reason they drop off the list, whether their income changes or they have bad credit or whatever. There's a couple reasons why someone may get their name pulled and not be able to move forward, or it's not the right time. Or we've had folks who just bought a house that wasn't at the affordable rate, and then we pulled their name. I mean, there's disappointment that Sylvia has to deal with on a regular basis. At the same time, she also gets to deal with some people who've had their, you know, so someone's not happy and someone is happy every time we pull a name, right?
I know, yeah. So
Like
maybe
your
it's
job, yeah.
something you think about and figure out if there's a way to manage that. Because I do think it's random. Like there's no, you're not messing around or picking someone. It's just, okay, you were picked, we're just moving you, you get the next one on. And you haven't picked anyone from there yet for the next round, right? Like you wait till it's available.
Often we're doing one category or two moderates at a time, and then.
So it's just a thought.
If that's council's direction, more than a thought, if that's the majority council's direction, we can certainly pursue that when we update our administrative guidelines.
I'm going to say, hold on just a moment before we move any further, because Harold has something to say.
Oh, sorry, Harold.
I think you also want to make sure that we understand exactly how the current program works. Currently, we self-certify. The people provide the information, they get on the list. The vice mayor said something earlier. If you pre-qualify them and they get on the list, now we know they're in the right category. And so then if their name is pulled and they have a change, there's no switcheroo because their data's already been verified, versus self-certification is where we are right now, where they submit the form. We don't verify until after we don't verify till later on when they get qualified when the house pops up.
Well, but that's what I want. That's the problem is, so in this case, this family, the husband had lost his job and he's now on disability. So they're never going to get back up to moderate. They're now on low. But when they applied, they both had jobs.
But I think he's saying it to your point, kind of like if we change, we do what you're saying, plus do what I'm saying is.
So do two things?
It's a two-step process, so it avoids what Alexis is saying about what if they come and just write anything down for the chance at a second bite at the apple. But if they're pre-qualified before, not self-certified, by them certifying themselves, but if they're pre-qualified before, then we know that everything there at the time is valid that they've put down and that they're not attempting to put a second bite at the apple.
So a couple things. So we could pre-qualify, and I want to touch on that too, but people's life circumstances will still change while they're on the list. I mean, it's just inevitable. Sometimes people get jobs and they're no longer in a low income category. That's great, right? But they don't drop off. They don't tell us, and they're so. Even if we quote unquote pre-qualify, people's life circumstances will still change, and we would have to have procedures in place for that. The challenge with pre-qualification is two things. One is right now we have 444 people on the list. We've had over 500. We have Sylvia and we have Sylvia. And so she does the work of two people. So we have Sylvia and then we have Sylvia. But it's not that we can't do it. That would be a significant different type of resources we'd have to put into the program. Second, I've been told, and I haven't checked with our current city attorney, we cannot necessarily ask for all the financial information, or we shouldn't maybe ask for all the financial information that we would need to do that because of public records and all that. So I've been told that in the past. I have not had that discussion with the current city attorney. So things that we would need to verify people's income and employment would become part of our records, and we wouldn't necessarily be able to keep them confidential, is what I've been told in the past. That may or may not be true, but so there were some concerns about how much, so that's why we ended up with the self-certifying system. I'm not to say we can't change that, but I have heard that in the past, and we'd want to look into that some more.
So I'm happy to look at the public records issue. The other thing I'd tell you is if you move from self-certification to pre-qualification, you're probably going to have a smaller list of people who will apply because you've sort of increased the difficulty of actually applying. And so you may want to consider whether or not you want to cast a broader net and, let people certify themselves. And then if they get it, they've got to come up with all that information. Or if you want a more narrow net, but people who are more, they're more likely to be able to come up with all the information you need. So it's just another variable to weigh. The public records piece, we can look specifically at the questions you're talking about. Well, I won't give you my answer on that yet. So we'll look specifically at the question you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, we've just never had a chance to have that conversation.
I think I can go either way with the pre-qualification, just depending on how hard it would make it for people to apply. But I really like the idea, once you've been picked in a lottery, that now you have the opportunity to be picked for the next home if you didn't get the first one. I do like that, and I agree with that. You've already been a part of a lottery.
Any other discussion, or do we have a motion?
I wanted to add something. I think to that pre-qualification, if we go back to the idea that we use a third party to conduct the pre-qualification and all we're getting is someone who is certified by an organization, they're pre-qualified, I think that would, to me, make a big difference versus us doing it internally, and it'll take all of the weight off of you. It's so funny. You were like, me, that's me. But also, I think it goes back to reassessing our program, right? That the bandwidth, and that is a lot. And I do want to say I appreciate you. I appreciate all your presentations and your hard work. It goes without saying what you do for our community, making sure that people can afford to come people, regardless of income, can come into the city of Brentwood and be a resident, but it shouldn't all be on you. And so if we as a council need to, one, increase the amount of money and head count that's over there, that needs to be an ask, and we need to answer the call. But also, I think if we are able to partner up with outside organizations to do some of this work, I think we should explore that as an opportunity for us to take on the exploration of doing that. And then I am prepared to take a motion.
We have one more comment.
It's actually more of a question than a comment, and maybe it's just because of the two public comments that we received. When a person is brought into the rental side of this program, we're not increasing their rent by 10% per month while they're or per year while they're in this program. That's just, the comment was general landlords, correct?
Now, in the affordable rental program, we do get information from HUD rents, and HUD has been increasing rents by 5%. However, in the city's program, there has been an increase some years of only 2% in order to go ahead and keep those rents low. So they're even lower than what HUD says we can go ahead and rent out those units for.
Okay, so we take the increase of our rent off of the HUD reports, and what we're currently finding will make the payments for it and stuff?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I think now we're ready for a motion.
Yes. I move to provide the following. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm so sorry. I was just going to make a suggestion regarding your motion, if that's okay with the mayor. So we have a phase 2 for this that we also are bringing back to council, the actual ordinance changes that you requested. Depending on your direction tonight, we may need to do additional research on a couple of the items that I hear that you're moving towards. Would it be sufficient if we brought back a follow-up report on those items with that phase 2 discussion?
Yes. Does that need to be in the, I don't think that needs to, does that need to be in the motion though? Oh, okay.
I wanted to clarify process that some of this we're not going to be able to implement immediately, so we're going to need to do additional research. And if that's okay with council, we could consolidate the discussion and bring it back to you all at one time.
Thank you. So I move to provide the following direction to staff to make the modifications to our current city affordable housing program. Staff to provide quarterly notices to applicants and updates on the number of affordable units coming down the pipeline. Additional staff to explore providing the application in additional languages. And we have, if an applicant is selected in the lottery, but they are not at the time of selection eligible or qualified for that unit, that they will be placed on the list for the first available unit that they do qualify for.
And I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
And no opposition, that item passes. Thank you. Great discussion. This is really wonderful to hear. Thank you. We had a request for a short break, so we will be back in 3 minutes. We are about to get started again. Coming back from our recess, we're moving into item G3. Anju Pillay, Engineering Manager, will present the next item regarding an engineering and traffic survey.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council members. I'm Anju Pillay, Engineering Manager, here to present the approval of the Engineering and Traffic Survey and adoption of the updated speed limits. This is an overview of my presentation. I'll be talking about what the engineering traffic survey is, our relevant assembly bills, our Brentwood Municipal Code Chapter 10.8 special speed zones, the City of Brentwood's engineering and traffic survey that was performed recently, the recommended speed limits, and the next steps. So what is an engineering and traffic survey? So the California Vehicle Code 627 authorizes the local authorities to conduct engineering and traffic surveys to determine the safe and appropriate speed limits on the roads. They consider different factors such as the traffic speed, roadway conditions, collision history, and traffic volume. The speeds are established at or near the 85th percentile speed. 85th percentile speed, also referred to as a critical speed, is defined as a speed at or below which 85% of the vehicles are moving in free flow conditions. These surveys are required so that the police department can enforce the speed limits using radar guns. Several California Vehicle Code sections govern the establishments of the speed limits, and the guidelines for conducting the engineering and traffic survey is based on the California Manual of Setting Speed Limits. So in the recent years, a couple of assembly bills got approved, which had a significant influence in the existing laws regarding setting speed limits. AB 43, which got approved in 2021, and AB 1938, which got approved in 2022, gave flexibility to reduce the speed limit further from the 85th percentile criteria, looking into pedestrian and bicycle activity, crash history, and location considerations such as schools, parks, and commercial areas. With the approval of AB 43, speed limit justified by a traffic and engineering survey can potentially be extended to 14 years of validity, provided it's evaluated by a licensed engineer after 7 years. So the Brentwood Municipal Code Chapter 10.118, special speed zones, refers to the application of relevant state laws in establishing speed limits on certain streets. All updates to the speed limits are based on council resolution. So engineering department contracted with TJKM Transportation Consultants to do the speed survey of 19 street segments. 4 of these street segments had surveys that expired in 2021, and 1 is recently added segment, and the rest had segments where speed limits were expiring in the next 2 to 3 years. The final report was prepared in March of 2026. Based on the prescribed vehicle codes and provisions in the assembly bills, it's recommended to reduce the speed limits of 10 segments for the smooth operation as well as the safety of the traffic flow. Engineering and PD have reviewed this report and concurred to the results of the study. As you can see, this is a summary of the recommended speed limits. Some of the segments, of the 19 segments we evaluated, 10 segments are undergoing a speed limit change, of which 3 segments are reducing by 10 miles per hour and the others 5 miles per hour. So the next steps after council approval is we have to notify the public about the upcoming speed limit change, and then we'll work with the Public Works Streets Division to change the speed limit signs. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anju. Any questions?
How does public notice, how do we do public notice?
We can do social media updates and to let them know that the speed limits are getting updated if.
Is there any other way that we notify residents of a reduction in the speed limit? There's quite a few areas. And some of our residents just don't use social media. So is there any other avenue that we can use to outside of social media?
Oh, sure. Vice Mayor, we could work with the police department in deploying changeable message signs to alert the traveling public that regularly use these streets, like, hey, by the way, there's an upcoming speed limit change. So that's another way to get the word out.
Okay. And also one last question, and this is to the chief. Will we have some updated traffic engineering studies that will be given to our department? Specifically, this is how people usually can beat a traffic ticket for someone who used to sit as a former traffic judge. If the engineering summary is outdated or there has been a change and the summary doesn't match at the traffic hearing, the litigant can overcome the traffic summons or citation. Will all that stuff be updated with our police department?
Yes, that would be part of the process. And it is, at least when I used to testify in traffic court, that was one of the requirements for the officer to actually bring the most up-to-date survey information for a particular stretch of roadway.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? Then I will ask mine. These streets specifically were chosen how?
The 4 segments of this list had expired speed limit. It was expired in 2025. So the last update to those segments was done 14 years back. And so it was due for an update anyways. And so we thought, and then the other segments, they were expiring in the next couple of years. We thought it best to club, all those locations together and do one survey at one go.
Thank you. And are you able to add streets if you're hearing that they're a trend, that they're becoming a problem?
No. What typically happens is there are some guidelines on the streets that can be surveyed. So, for example, the Sand Creek Road extension, which we got approved, that is included in this list because we never surveyed it before. So the residential streets, they have a prima facie speed limit of 25 miles per hour. We don't survey those, but the code requires certain criteria, like it should be minimum 40 feet wide, there should be at least 2 lanes in each direction, there should not be any traffic control for more than half a mile. So there are certain conditions that has to be met, and I think the Brentwood has about 51 segments already included.
Okay. We hear a lot about Balfour, the Balfour Speedway. Has that been considered?
Yeah, I have to take a look when Balfour is due for an update.
Okay.
So it is not ready for an update as of now.
Okay. Looking at my other questions, my apologies. So the goal is to improve traffic and public safety, right? But speed limit is only one factor that affects those, the traffic safety. So things like the signal light timing and road conditions and development, all of those things, are those things taken into consideration too when making these choices?
For this particular, for engineering and traffic survey, what they typically do is they look into the existing roadway conditions. They look into what are the businesses or the facilities close to the roadway and how the progression of traffic is happening. So we can't drastically reduce it to like 25 miles an hour because that's going to create backup. So when the traffic consultants do the survey, they have to drive these segments for the prescribed speed limit. So they take into account all these factors to ensure that that is the safest speed limit that is recommended. So as far as the survey goes, we look into only those aspects.
And truly, there is typically a practice of adhering to the 14-year.
That ruling came about with this assembly bills in 2021, 2022. Prior, it used to be 7 years, then 10 years, but now it can be extended up to 14 years, provided the licensed engineer reviews it in 7 years from now.
Okay. And then I was curious about other mitigations for for roadways that were determined to be a high number of collisions, like the Sand Creek from Highway 4 to O'Hara, for example. There was a lot of collisions on that road. When you're finding these out through these surveys, are you able to take any other steps toward making it safer?
Right, and I think some of the codes look into collision rates as well, and that they have accommodated that as part of the reduction in the speed limit as well.
Okay. And so that specifically is around the speed limit. There's not other mitigations that you can take at that point to address the issues?
For this particular item, we are just reducing the speed limit, right? Okay. So when there are, when there are more collisions happening, I think that is a different project altogether.
Right. And maybe the police gets involved at that point. And okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, moving into public comment, please.
At this time, the public is permitted to address City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. I do have one comment in person. Chris?
Good evening, Council. I had a quick comment on this particular item. I'll just read a couple of my notes here. So the proposed speed limit amendments offer the city of Brentwood a unique opportunity to address overall and road safety holistically. You know, speed limits were originally created in the days of essentially mechanical braking dynamics, and it was essentially how quickly can you come to a stop. And but now it's becoming much more dynamic than that as a result of, we have anti-lock brakes, we have emergency braking systems and other safety systems. And so ultimately the largest weak point actually ends up being the driver themselves. Now, as we know, a singular change can sometimes have cascading effects that are often sometimes known or unknown. That being said, a single change is not typically enough to resolve larger, more complex issues like traffic and accidents and things of that nature. We all want our streets to be safe, and a heightened level of analysis is really necessary to make an informed decision. We must avoid viewing this data with survivorship bias. If you don't know, come ask me after. As it could lead to a change with the inverse effect it actually intends. The main contributors to the crashes outlined in the staff report in Table 7 are distracted driving, impaired driving, driver error, and speeding. Property damage appears to be the end result of about 55% of this list, indicating that these collisions likely involved lower speeds. Low-speed accidents primarily resulted from distracted driving, impaired driving, or driver error. Since this accounts for over half of total collisions, how is the city addressing this given that speed is not likely a contributing factor? As your rate of speed increases, the general rule of thumb is that about every 10 miles an hour results in a decrease in 10% survivability for a pedestrian. Pedestrian impacts are essentially inexcusable. I think we've learned that in Contra Costa County as a whole. And so the lists around Brentwood Boulevard and such, those are the areas that have the hottest instances of pedestrians. So it makes perfect sense that we can do whatever we can to mitigate those. Traffic light timing, as Mayor Meyer described, is also aligned with these, need to be aligned because these are primarily rear end and broadside collisions. This represented about 47% of those collisions. Speed does have an impact on these collisions. However, it's not the only component when factoring in road conditions, light timing, visibility, and other driver awareness factors. Enforcement is basically the last piece of the puzzle. Police presence seems to inspire more lawful driving behavior from the public. BPD stated its alignment with this particular report. And if enforcement had previously had some degree of support, what alternatives beyond just simply speed limit changes are necessary? I just encourage the council to make a meaningful, informed decision that incorporates a variety.
I have no additional speaker cards or hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you, Amanda. Before discussion, Angie, do you have any response to some of those comments?
When the consultant is coming up with the speed limits, they do look into all the collisions that's happening in these segments and all the rear end and, the different issues that are caused along the segments. We haven't analyzed the reasons or mitigation measures that are possible for, improving the traffic situation, but that is definitely, there are some, countermeasures that are prescribed in the local roadway safety plan. When we look into improvements on the roadway, we will definitely look into those countermeasures and implement those as part of capital improvement projects.
Thank you. And is that something that can be noted for when that conversation comes forward?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Council discussion.
Yeah, I think it's, I think we have a speeding problem in Brentwood, at least that I noticed. I think there's a lot of speeders in Brentwood, so I do appreciate us adjusting the speeds. My question is, and it's to Chief, I think it's a conversation with you about, we're reducing these speeds, but what does it look like from a traffic enforcement perspective? Because we know we have speeders, we know we have, and I just saw the great post you guys did on distracted driving, so thank you for that. Distracted driving, whether it's your phone or, your kids or whatever it is. We have a lot of red light runners. We see a lot of those accidents and a lot of stop sign runners too. So while this is helping, how do you think it's going to help, and what else can we do? What other levers can we pull now to help with the speeding and the accidents that we're having?
So the traffic survey is obviously required by law, especially for radar enforcement. And our traffic enforcement officers or traffic safety unit, they do religiously use the radar gun or radar trailers for public awareness. Obviously, we're hopeful to get voluntary compliance. It's something that we are consistently working on. Our traffic safety sergeant has a rotating list of problematic areas, and it's public awareness, getting information out on social media as reminders. High visibility is very helpful in problematic areas. I wish I had the answer to significantly reduce some of the traffic issues that we face, but it's not something that's unique to Brentwood either. Yeah. There's many communities throughout Contra Costa County that are dealing with the same issues. Yeah. And we just remind the motoring public and pedestrians to do their part. I'd say it's a shared responsibility when you're on the road to try to keep everybody safe.
And I think our police department also has the same challenges when it comes to hiring headcount. Because I think once you're not even full now, and we don't even have the fifth beat implemented. Like once hopefully you get to be fully hired, and then the fifth beat, and hopefully that will be enough warm bodies out on the streets to reduce some of the accidents and the speeding and things along those lines. So thank you.
And absolutely. And we do, we work closely with the engineering department on all of our traffic collision data. We focus on primary collision factors, and we'll focus on problematic intersections, and that data is constantly being shared between both divisions.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Chief, I do have a question. I noticed that your traffic officer staffing went down to 2. Is there any in the near future where maybe the third spot would get filled again?
My goal is to get back to, we did have 4 at one point, but unfortunately with the ebb and flow in staffing, attrition,
so it's pending on hiring.
It remains top priority in expanding both for me, the traffic safety unit, because of the issues that we face specifically related to traffic need to be addressed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just wanted to talk a little bit more about, I do want to reiterate the importance of the notice to residents and the variety of measures. I noticed that from the enforcement perspective, there is an uptick when you see the reduction in the speed rate. There is an uptick in the number of violations. Will we have additional traffic enforcement in those areas that has a reduction in the rates? Because I'm sure until this becomes muscle memory for people who are traveling at these speeds, me being one of them that tries to follow, but on those trips to school in the morning sometimes in certain areas, there's a conscious, until it becomes muscle memory to reduce to the new speed levels. Will there be an increase in the enforcement in those areas at all, Chief?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yeah, the plan would be to not only put out the messaging sign in various locations, but utilize our radar trailers. That is a visual warning if we are not able to specifically work a particular area for enforcement.
Are we able to add any type of messaging in utility billing?
Yes, we have the ability to put any message that the council would desire on our utility bills and send those out.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. As set forth in the staff report, I move to adopt the resolution approving the engineering and traffic survey, adopting the updated speed limits for specified streets within the city.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And the item moves, no opposition. We're going to circle back to informational reports, and we will start with Councilmember Mendoza.
Oh my gosh, hold on. I'm not ready.
For the other side. We'll start with the vice mayor instead.
Actually, I only had one thing. I was at the At Your Pool service grand opening. So that's what I did, since our last meeting.
Vice mayor? Councilmember Orlemans.
Yep. Okay. Since the last meeting, agenda review, a monthly meeting with the city manager and the assistant city manager. The Easter celebration at Serendipity Cellars, great event. A lot of kids playing and the Easter egg hunts. It was an amazing event. I had a meeting with a resident that had asked to have some coffee, had some concerns with the state of the city and where we were at. Great conversation. He was a retired firefighter from another jurisdiction, had a lot of suggestions. It was a great conversation. I did want to focus specifically on one. I'm sorry, before I do that, I attended Mark Lawrence's retirement ceremony at the police department. He worked with Brentwood PD for 28 years, and 10 of those he worked for me, and now he's retiring as a lieutenant, much higher than I ever made. It was a great event, but I'm very happy for Mark. I got the opportunity to do a walkthrough and a walk around of the John Marsh House with the director of Parks and Rec and the assistant city manager. There's a considerable amount of work that's been done mostly on the interior to keep the building standing and waterproofing the exterior of the building, but still a ton of work needs to be done. The director of the nonprofit stated she was looking for a way to increase donations as well as getting grant information and what participation the city could take in that. And just on the same note, on April 10th, Gene Metz, one of the founders of the John Marsh Historic Trust, passed away. Please keep his daughter Gina and wife Mary in your thoughts.
Councilmember.
Since our last meeting, I attended Lieutenant Lawrence's retirement at Brentwood PD. Thank you for your commitment and service to Brentwood PD for 28 years, and also to your family since they've gone through this ride with you. I also met with Michelle Lassell to go over how we can integrate the ag tourism focus within Better in Brentwood. I had a meeting with our assistant city manager and our planning department and one of our business owners. Meeting with members from our performance art community to find ways to better support them within our community. I also met with the curated owner, Ro Bias, who's also a part of the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce, to discuss how we can better support our businesses and elevation of marketing. I also visited some of our businesses at Sand Creek Crossings as well as Streets of Brentwood. If you all don't know, Thursday, Handles is going to be opening, so please check them out. Handles homemade ice cream. I've also been in communication with our farmers and members of Harvest Time, as well as members of the Contra Costa Wine Growers Association working on our ag tourism strategy. I met with our city manager and city attorney for an agenda review. I also attended the ribbon cutting for At Your Door Pool Service for their grand opening of their brick and mortar just down the street here, and also to celebrate their 15-year anniversary. Jermaine and Elena Garcia are amazing members and contributors to our community. The city manager, members of Harvest Time, and I also met with Selena Sun, the business development manager in the city of San Francisco, in charge of their hospitality and tourism, as well as another manager from their industrial economic development office within the city of San Francisco, to discuss collaborative ways that we can connect SF tourism to our farmers and wineries, as well as creating a steady supply of farm-to-table produce that connects the restaurant associations to our farmers directly. That work is ongoing, and I'm really excited about it. I've also reached out to several embassies from prospective countries of the FIFA teams that are coming here to the Bay Area to see if we can have any type of meet and greet opportunities. And that is it for me.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, yes. Quick little updates. One, I was not at the last city council meeting. I was not told to the morning of the city council meeting that there was a city council meeting, as I did not have access to my city issued email. So I had a pre-engagement that I was not going to miss because it had been marketed, and that was supposed to be read at the last city council meeting, but it was not. Additionally, I did attend the groundbreaking, and just for resident update, I have been working for over a month with city staff. They wanted to bring it back at the end of this month. We're gonna push it to May, a town hall to talk more about the county building that's coming. I did speak with Supervisor Burgess' staff member who informed me that they do not intend still to provide any type of town hall, but they are coming out at the end of the month, I think she said around April the 30th, with some frequent questions or some updates with some answers about what it is to bring. I'm trying to wait to get that so that I have more information to bring to people in my district about what the expectations are. I can only present on information that's given to me by the county. I expect to do that in the early months of May. The other thing that I went to was I got to be there with the mayor. We presented to fifth graders in the school district for the Good Character Awards. It happened at Isaac Montanez School, but it was for all of our fifth graders who were picked by their teacher. It was an amazing experience. I think it was about 39 fifth graders that we presented the Good Character Award to. And I have to say that our chief has some amazing dance moves. Too bad for you if you missed them. Our mayor gave a really good, warm, heartfelt little welcome to the children and congratulated them. And I got to present to them as a Rotarian about the Rotary pin. And I'm probably going to be fine because I don't have a pin on today. So anyway, that being said, thank you for allowing me the update.
Thank you. I had to thank resident Carolina Villaseca because she organized a mock city council meeting with fourth graders, all the fourth graders at Pioneer Elementary School. It was phenomenal. There were scripts, there were people assigned to make public comments, there were council members. It was really well done, and the kids seemed to really enjoy it. I had I donated an auction item to the Elderly Wish Foundation fundraiser, and it was coffee with the mayor type thing. So I met with the Brentwood resident who won that. Sounds odd to say it. Had a community day of service planning meeting. Of course, we are getting really close to that. It's the Saturday. Volunteers can still register if they want to take a look at what the projects are. There are some projects that involve bringing by donations. Hija del Campo is doing some for farm workers. We have a blood drive. We have other food donation items, and I'm trying to remember who those are with, but it is all online. As the Vice Mayor said, attended the Brentwood Rotary Good Character Awards for fifth graders across all Brentwood schools. What I really loved about that is it had nothing to do with grades. It was all about character, and so anyone could qualify for that. I thought that was great. We filmed a promo video for the Community Day of Service, had a meeting with some of our commissioners who had great suggestions about how to kind of make sure that the vision of the council is communicated to commissioners, how commissioners are onboarded, just making sure that there might be reports that come into us on a regular basis. So working with staff on establishing something there. The East Contra Costa County Historical Museum seasonal opening day, and now they're open Saturday and Sunday through October, I believe. Had another planning meeting with staff and Weblative to work on finalizing the state of the city. The video is still being finalized. The script we'll be finishing everything up soon, and it will be available to view on May 18th. If you haven't already, please register. The seats are limited, and we actually had a really good response in the first 24 hours. and also manned a booth with Parks and Rec staff and other community members involved in the Community Day of Service at the Farmers Market. And Harold, do you have anything?
Just a few items, Mayor. I did have an opportunity to meet with Councilmember Maloney and the City of San Francisco and Harvest Time to talk about multiple concepts and ideas of partnering with the City of San Francisco as they bring in international tourism from the city and making the connection with the city's agricultural background for ag tourism. I spent sort of half the time away from the city. During that time, I had a slight procedure done. But I will be hosting one of 4 events called Get the Scoop from the City Manager. The first one will be on the 22nd in City Park from 6 to 7 p.m.
And it's not my stuff, but I did watch the game. I want to say congratulations to Heritage High Class of 23, Amanda Muse, who won the NCAA championship this last Sunday. I think it was Sunday with UCLA, and it's the first time in UCLA history that they've won the championship. It's a big deal if you watch women's basketball, and she's from Heritage. So she has 1 more year, so we'll see if she does it again next year. That's awesome. So congratulations, Amanda, if you're watching.
Does she live here? Does she live in town?
Her mom's,
Oh, her grandma's alive.
oh, grandmother, that's right.
Okay. She is from Brentwood. Yeah. She went to Heritage and lives in Brentwood. Well, she's at UCLA right now. She was in New York last night for the WNBA draft.
Fantastic. Congratulations, Amanda. Okay, request for future agenda items. Do we have any new requests?
I would like to just get an update at the next meeting of our communication policy. We brought it forward back in November, just to kind of see where we're at and where it's going. Thank you.
Any other new items? Okay, moving into item I1, which is Vice Mayor Pearson introducing her request.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and fellow council members. During our recent discussion about a couple of council meetings ago regarding the Lone Oak project, specifically the discussion about the potential addition of a speed bump and/or sidewalks, it became clear that we should take a broader look at our current engineering standards. The question that arose during that conversation highlighted the need for us to ensure our standards reflect both current best practices and the evolving needs of our community. To that end, I'm requesting that the staff provide the council with a comprehensive update on the existing engineering standards, particularly as they relate to traffic calming measures, pedestrian infrastructure, and neighborhood street design. As part of that update, I will also appreciate clarity on decision-making framework itself, specifically how authority is structured between the council and the director of engineering and when it comes to adopting or modifying these standards. Understanding those roles will help us work more effectively with staff and ensure we are all operating with a shared understanding of the process. And Lone Oak is one example of a street. This came up before when we talked about Bonnie Lane a couple of years back, and other streets when we talked about, anyway. I want to make sure we are being proactive rather than reactive when it comes to the safety and livability of our neighborhoods. Having a clear picture of both our current standards and the governance around those standards will put us in a much stronger position to make well-informed decisions, not only, like I said, Lone Oak, but similar projects that came before us in the past and the ones that are to come in the future. I would ask that staff bring this update back to the council at the earliest convenience, at the earliest opportunity. Thank you for listening to me, and hopefully the council, if you have any questions regarding my request, I'd ask for those right now.
Any questions for the Vice Mayor? Does staff have any questions? Okay, public comments, please.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. I have no requests to speak in person, and I have no hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. Any discussion?
The only thing, can we add the cost? Like, I know I've asked for costs, like how much is a speed bump and how much is a stop sign? If we could add the cost to all of the items, I think it's better for us to understand, like when we're asking for something, is it $100,000 or is it $5,000? So sometimes we ask for stuff and don't know. So if we could include that, that would be helpful.
Talking about like all the traffic, the stop signs,
yes,
like an exhaustive list of that. Yeah. I have no problem including that in my request.
Any other comments, discussion items? Okay, your motion.
So, let me reread what I wrote. And get back in my phone. I would like to I want to request that staff bring this update back to the council at the earliest convenience. Time and resources with the additions of the costs to look at, to take a broader look at our current engineering standards, and also add in the comprehensive update on our standards, particularly as they relate to traffic calming measures, pedestrian infrastructure, neighborhood street design, and also decision-making framework.
Can we add like governing authority as well? Or is that a part of it?
Decision-making framework.
All right. I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And that item passes.
Thank you.
And then our final is a vote to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Hold on just a moment. Councilmember Orlemans, did you want to adjourn in memory?
Sure. Make a motion to adjourn and keep in memory Gene Metz, who was one of the founders of the John Marsh Historic Trust. Please keep his wife and daughter in your thoughts.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.